What up? What up? Let's just fix this. YouTube is live. All right, we're chilling. How's everybody doing? Getting a few things settled before we can continue. What up, OG? How you doing? Welcome. Are there still drops for this game right now? I feel like they aren't, right? Like those are finished. I wasn't sure if to add until... Oh, that's a lot of notifications from King's March, eh? Let's see. Path of Exile. I think they're done with their... It looks like they're done at least. Wait a second. Let me just get something. Oh. Okay. That's not... Everything looks good. Thanks for your help yesterday with the defilers. You are welcome. Have you been able to figure out how to use specters a bit better? If you have any questions, I can probably explain them better now that I'm actually live and not typing. Mr. Walker and Co, how you doing? Welcome. Jeez. Anyways, so for those that weren't here at the end of my last stream, we got the belts. Now, you may have figured that out from the stream titles, but we have the belts. So the plan for today is we're going to go through a bunch of upgrades. We have many upgrades to do. Upgrade number one, and I think the most important, or change number one, I should say, is I now have an eternal damnation on my mercenary. The reason I have this is because I'm doing juice T17s and strangle gasp just wasn't cutting it. And keep in mind, he's actually fine. Like he doesn't, he's not in danger many times. But there's one very problematic mob in T17s. And when I mean problematic, I mean insane. Like I hate that that thing with a passion. But it's basically the lightning golem like monster in T17s that should ball lightnings. Those guys. Those fucking guys. Oh my god. But yeah, they can be very rippy when you're rolling maps like I am. I think I have maximum quantity, or not quantity, effect on my tree. Literally every single effect node is taken. We have the chiseled perfection. We have mountain modifiers. We went all the way in adversaries. We have every single map effect node in here to juice map effect. So when you roll modifiers like crits and that like fizzes extra, monsters tend to hurt. And when you pair that with like increased damage, frenzy charges, all these things, and you put the lightning golem in there, it becomes a lot of damage for mercenaries to deal with, period. Much less mercenaries who have no lightning mitigation. And mine actually has some lightning mitigation with this corrupted chest. So for that content, I'm using Eternal Damnation. This gives me noticeably, like not noticeably, but it gives me less DPS because I don't have the aura effect for my wrath and my zealotry that I was getting with Strangle Gasp. But then I do have the option of switching to strangle gas when I'm doing lighter content like essences or whatever else. So I have added a note section to this guy. So so like to just have a bit more options here. But this of course involves people reading the note section, and I have found that people tend to not read the note section no matter how much I point them there. So but that is something I have changed since then. Now the main upgrades we're going to be getting today, we need to craft a new ring, which means we need to buy a new ring base most likely, or we need to finish crafting this guy and get a Calandra's touch. Either way, we're going to need to do something about this one. But first and foremost, we need to change our amulet. The amulet is the first thing that needs to change, and we need to get our Unetal's vow. Now keep in mind we are currently hard overcapped on resistances, so we don't need more resistances coming from here. We really don't. That's something I need to do. I need to replace the cold res with minion attack speed, a decent attack speed, and oh yeah, we also bought a rational doctrine to replace our last ghastly eye jewel over the weekend. Stop. We also bought a rational doctrine that replaces the last ghastly eye jewel we had in the tree. This gives us consecrated ground, which makes it so like situations where I might have been dying, or not dying, but like losing life when there are no monsters to hit with like my rectifilers. Now we have consecrated ground. And that in turn means that we now have a decent amount of regen and less and like curse mitigation, right? So those are the main changes. Oh, because I got lucky on this guy as well, I didn't need the suppress notes. I didn't take them, so that freed me with like, that left me with like 4-ish points I could play around with. Now those 4 points realistically should go into life, but I took 1 point out of life, and the goal for me is to get less face damage on full ES, which is just nice physical mitigation. But I've been doing content that has like chests to open, so I went to caster mastery to open chests instead. Now I am going to switch back to here, or just put them in life. Like there is no wrong choice with these 4 points. Life gives me more general mitigation. This gives me more physical mitigation. And what is the last choice? The last choice might be something as simple as like more damage or something. Or maybe picking up a Megalomaniac with Born of Chaos and something else like Dread March would also be a decent choice. In any case, we have many options here, thankfully. But yeah, those are all the changes. So next thing is this guy, Unetal's. We need to find one that has not crazy stats. So, not all negatives if we have the choice. We also need to make sure we actually have the currency to actually... We have 33 divines. We can liquidate a whole bunch of shit. Yesterday I dropped a whole bunch of stuff, like an unnatural instinct, which is going for... Dude, is going for a divine. But that's... Yeah, it's going for a divine. So we'll put out for a divine. Then these were all the drops I got from a blight strat I ran. This is just one map's worth, but I can't do the strat because, well, I don't particularly enjoy playing slideshows. I don't know about y'all, but slideshows are, if I can't see what's happening and I have to close my game after every single map or during the map, That is not the most fun gameplay like I can think of. So we've switched from that, and now we're going to be running some settlers today. But yeah, what am I running, Mr. Walker? Is that do you mean like strat or builds? Because like build wise, I'm still running registered filers. Strat wise, we're currently doing settlers of Cogger in delirious T17s. Oh, and I dropped the perfect warlord when I gave this guy eternal damnation because he can't use endurance charges anyway. So I mean, at that point there's no point in keeping the warlord. So now I have also opted in for an extra defiler. But yeah, that is the update on where we're at. Now let's do some liquidating because we actually can liquidate and afford what we need to afford. Look, this drop was when we bought the Mageblood. It was insane. Went from 262 account worth to 83. Mageblood is fucking expensive. What's that?
I've been doing the Abyss strat.
How is it? How are you enjoying it?
I am not doing 8 mods.
Oh, in 16.5s?
16.5 world maps.
Okay. Why'd you change? Or why did you not opt for 8 mods?
Because 8 mods isn't needed as long as I'm rolling for currency and scarabs. I am exalting my maps, but it doesn't really matter because I'm
Dropping
probably
more.
12 maps in. I'm dropping a div pretty much every other map, and exalts are plentiful.
Yeah. I might give the strat
I'm
another
running
try
2 risks,
eventually.
by the way.
Oh. Maybe
I'm running 2 Abyss, 2 risks, 1 Edifice.
I don't do risk, but I might create each. I am thinking of making a change of command build, and the goal of that one will be to be able to run as many mods as possible. So that was probably going to be my next endeavor. Is your build on POB? Yes, my build is on POB. I have a YouTube channel that has it. You can use !build. That will take you to my spreadsheet that has all the POBs for rectifiers, essentially the different budgets. I came here to do something, to sell something. I just don't remember what it was. Completely blanked. Oh yeah, fragments. I have so many fragments. Let's start with Eta fragments. Uber Eta. 1.75. 14
It's
for
not perfect, but it's good.
That's true. 14 for 8 for 8. I'm glad you're enjoying it. For you, it probably just opens up because you're casting it really quick. For me, not quite. I have to actually try. We can sell 5 for 4. I have to actually like sit there casting to have it open.
Yeah, actually, second map dropped the 7 years from the scry.
Oh shit!
Kinda lucky.
GG, that's insane.
That is insane.
How much is it going for?
Honestly, I don't remember. I just went to the div tab. I forgot I dropped it till just now.
Lol. Grand Eldritch is going for some money. How do I have 42 risks? Mostly from the Abyss strat. Nama. Oh yeah.
So much money.
I have a chance to ignite tattoo from my last shipment. How much is it going for? Basically 2 divines. In chaoses is 390, 389. 1. So that's chance to ignite. We have a few ES tattoos. Yep. These guys. Decaying fragments. I have a divine in Valorbs. Do I want to sell those? I guess I could. $175 times 3 is 525. Yeah, 52. There we go. We should be the cheapest after that, and then we just need to convert some chaoses to divines and buy what we need to buy. But we are going to be crafting soon. I don't know if it's going to be today, but we're going to be crafting soon. So I guess the question is, do I want to sell these as is or not? Let's keep them. How much are these going for? 39. So we're doing it to convert. The most important rest for us is chaos and code. If we can get, and code is less so important because, well, I think we have code up. We have code res in much higher abundance. Yeah, like this guy is probably not bad. Has charisma. I'll have to replace that, but that's not bad. I need 2 divines. Thank you. Now with this guy, we're obviously going to need death attunement, and death attunement is silver, crimson, clear. I don't think I have a spare silver, but I have crimson and I have clear. Yeah. We have our next upgrade, but we need to replace the intelligence given by this guy. We currently have 262 intelligence. If we drop 30 intelligence, that puts us at 232, which is too little for this wand. We need 10 more intelligence. Actually, exactly 10 more intelligence, because we had to get a convoking wand when we got it, eh? We just absolutely had to. We can take a life point, put this in intelligence, and call it a day for now, and then eventually switch right back just to make it work. Let's test this theory. Because if it works, then we're actually set. If it doesn't, which it might not, but if it does, we're chilling. $242 exactly. Had to be sure, you know. Had to be. Ooh, 8 divines. This one I was saying I was out of divines. Sheesh. How's that chaos res? Still hard overcapped. We need to replace this guy, but for now this is fine. With those 8 divines we just got, we need to buy awakened elemental focus. Level 5, ideally not corrupted, but if you're corrupted, you have to be 20% quality. There's no level 5 awakened early. Brother, how? If oh I put it wrongly. Two point two is 46. I saw a video I want to check out from Sir Gog about the current divine price situation. Weekend daily focus, no corruption. Let's go.
Anyway, you're watching it.
Yeah, I should watch a bit soon. All right. All right. Let's take this out for a spin, shall we? We have slightly less health because who needs health anyways? We go settlers. Ooh, more money. We're gonna run this map. We're gonna look at that Sir Gog video afterwards, and we'll figure out what we're gonna do from there. It feels like we have so much more damage.
Death will never come for an immortal.
We do have a lot of damage. This is an endurance charge map. Unique bosses are possessed. The bright side is like, it's not like it's not like this is a very tanky map or anything like that. It's not that tanky, at least. It's just endurance charges. I've dealt with way tankier today. That said, they do have damage, so the good news is she still hasn't done children phase, but that I think is thanks to the delirium. It makes her do the delirious attack, and with the delirious attack being done, she doesn't quite have the time for children.
I'll be right back.
All right. 8k dust, not bad. Oh god, brother, can you stop hitting the tree, please? I have no say in this. Guess I shouldn't have clicked the tree when I did. That's like the only thing I can say. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have done that. But yeah, these lightning golem guys, the source of the bolt lightning we keep seeing, those guys hurts. There are certain map modifiers where they can be very painful for the mercenary. I'm tanky enough to where it doesn't matter. Mostly, I don't think I've run into one that it's problematic with spell block. But just because of how often they hit and how much damage they hit for, without any spell block on your mercenary, it's kind of hard to, or without any spell block, it's kind of hard to like these guys. It's kind of very hard to mitigate them. If you have spell block like I do, then you're typically fine against them. But alas, our mercenary can only have so much spell block. Actually doesn't have spell block. And if we could find a source of spell block or like spell block paired with regen on block, then that'd be amazing. But I think that'll take way too much investment for it to be worth it. So Eternal Damnation will just have to do. It's not a perfect solution, but it's what we got.
I eagerly await your decision. Now, remain calm. Such sweet suffering. Ah, you win.
Ooh. Free divine, don't mind if I do.
My innocence be broken.
That was a pleasant surprise, especially when I was broke. Guardian Dawn.
Approach, challenger.
And the good news is, I mean, we just insta kill them, so it's not like they are a problem, but they will get their bolt lightning out. They will get it out, you know, like that is not even a question. All right, that felt amazing. Let's do some single target testing, shall we? We just sold our fragments, which is on. Okay, you know, we still have Cortex, so let's do Cortex. Uber Cortex. Let's see how the damage feels like, and then we can check out Sergog's video. I want to go max DPS. And if I want to do... How are you dropping me an exalt? What is happening here? If I'm going max DPS, i.e. no chain, I have to think about the proper replacements or swap. Currency shard. What is a good swap? We have chain. Slow up proj is the best I can think of. I guess minion speed is also really good, right? Make them cast a whole lot faster. I would have preferred a potential awakened gem, but I guess having the swap be cheap is also not a bad thing. So what we're going to do is I want to swap this out for like minion speed. Why are you blinking, my dude? Who was the closest Spectre I have to Wretched Defiler I have POB'd before? Let's look at my past 3.24 Wretched Defilers. What did the links look like there? Lightning Pen, because I wasn't using Doriani. I guess Pen isn't the worst thing because it's still 39%. But when they're minus 200, it's like, eh. I think slow up proj it is. Like I either hit their attack speed or their cast speed rather, or I hit their damage, and I've already hit their damage with all the big support gems. there isn't much else I can do on that front. But let me just go through the blues to just confirm what I kind of already know. There is elemental army, which has a more damage tag, but the more damage tag is kind of not great. Predator. Predator is not a bad swap, eh? Yeah, we'll do Predator. We'll buy 2020 Predator. Predator support. How much for a 2020? $20 chaos. So we'll put Predator here for single targets and see just how quick they blow up. You know, ironically, Cortex is one of the few bosses, Uber bosses, where you can make an argument for chain support simply because you're always attacking 2 at a time. Like that is the biggest. I was so confused for a second. I kind of just want to see what this is going to look like in terms of the damage.
Let his power be known.
What secrets are you hiding in that murderous mind of yours? Let's find out. Valdo had some ingenious designs hidden in his memories. Observe.
That is damage.
Do you remember
that is dumb.
will? Be no more. Sin surrounds you. Are you?
Okay.
In this, the realm of the past, I am king, and you will.
Do we even need to swap them here? They blow everybody up so quick with one hit that you don't necessarily even need to switch out the chain support. Yeah, you don't even need to swap it out here.
This one is
I kind of want to do Uber Maven when I get all the fragments for it.
repent. Plenty more where that came from. Face your destruction.
Why are you taking a while?
No, impossible. How? This is
Power divine.
There was one that took a while. I assume it's because they weren't all attacking. But we'll take it. This is actually the better swap than... Oh? Apostate? How much is the apostate going for? Brother. You could have dropped the garb. Just saying. So like 100-ish C. Not bad. Not bad at all. 90 chaos. I think that's the only Uber we have, right? Just we have Uber Cyrus. But this I feel like this will kill me or my minions simply because I don't know this fight. I will eat things I'm not supposed to eat. That's like my biggest anti-Cyrus argument. I will eat many a thing I am not supposed to eat because I don't know this fight that well. And or I will stand in shit I'm not supposed to stand in. And either I or my specters will eat shit for it.
Don't do anything hasty.
Destroying you is as easy as flicking a pest.
No,
Zana!
How boring and small. You want the Atlas? Take it.
Hero specters.
Yours. But Orius, I will burn to the ground. Perhaps the suffering of my fellow citizens will finally stir something.
Straight into the Atlas. All right, Cyrus. I think this is my first Uber Cyrus. Oh, maybe not actually.
A real challenge.
Because I am CB immune, but here he has a whole bunch of CB shit that, you know. So I'm trying my best not to lose my minions.
This city is nothing. Be utterly annihilated. You are nothing.
The others found strength in their projections. They became reliant on them. I am not so foolish.
This world is doomed.
Holy shit, what was that?
Guilty crumble.
What drained me like that?
Be utterly annihilated. Obliteration. Rain of stars.
Life really interesting enough to warrant all this pain.
This city is nothing.
There's patch notes?
Fury of the cosmos.
Sure, we can check them after this fight.
Glorious flames. Rain of stars. Be utterly annihilated. Pointless. Fury of the cosmos. Obliteration. Pointless. Fury of the cosmos.
I'm trying my best to keep my minions out of things that they should be out of.
Glorious flames.
My dude,
You are nothing.
get your butt down here.
Fury of the cosmos. Be utterly annihilated.
Okay, there's space here finally. I say that, but then he's not here.
Rain of stars.
You yet see the futility of your efforts.
Watch guilty crumble.
Okay.
Fury of the cosmos. Glorious flames. Embrace nothingness. Be utterly annihilated. Fury of the cosmos. You
Predictable.
Of course. Mr. Cyrus, do you care to fight? Or are you just gonna keep screaming voice lines? Please come down here.
Power divine.
Why run? What's the point?
Just run.
Glorious flames!
Just run through all his balls.
Fury of the cosmos! Pointless! Be utterly annihilated! Glorious flames!
My guy, are you ready to fight?
Fury of the cosmos!
You are unworthy.
Of course. What am I supposed to do? How do I get him to actually fight?
Why resist?
Everything ends. Everything crumbles.
Am I just meant to wait until he's ready?
He is doomed! Die.
You fall short of his mercy.
Okay. Cyrus, I don't know what's your deal. Bad news here.
Sag.
Indeed, patch notes?
This is a bit late, I'm not gonna lie, man. I don't know about that one. It is what it is.
I'll check. I'm still trying to deal with Cyrus, who
I'm running
just-
my 8 mods.
okay. Is it oh, is it 8 mod nerf?
The T17 maps only on originators. That feels
Yeah.
a bit late. Is that just me? Like, people have giga profited from it. The fucking market has been affected by it.
Let me guess, it's the 8 modded map corruption thing that shouldn't be only T17 map mods.
Yeah, yeah.
I figured that'd get
Like,
fixed, to be honest.
You thought that would get fixed this league?
I wasn't sure it was this league, but I knew it would get fixed. Like, I expected it to get fixed. I mean, I don't even think they necessarily want us to be doing full T17 mods, because that defeats the purpose of T16.5 being easier than 17s to a degree.
Yeah.
Yo, Cyrus just doesn't. He just loves his voice lines. He must love hearing himself talk. I feel like he just doesn't want to talk. He just doesn't want to fight.
I'm just gonna start running them before it's over.
Everlasting fire!
You will long for
Non-existence! Silent. Die.
Good. He died. It's very straightforward when he actually wants to fight, but when he doesn't.
God, I really hope this doesn't, like, nuke the strategies, man.
Oh!
I'm sorry.
Please tell me you're expensive. I just got an Oriat's end.
That's expensive, bro. It's like 9.
That's like 4. Still, it's money.
It's on
Take
the
it.
roll.
It's still un-ID'd. It is still un-ID'd right now. Holy.
Yeah, it is
All
what
right,
it is.
we have patch notes to react to, apparently. I want this build, but I don't have currency. The good thing about this build is that they are varying investment levels, so that way you'll always have something you can build towards. That is good performance. Would you have my level of performance star investment? No, but you can clear most content on a medium budget. I think just shy of maybe Uber bosses, you have the damage to do everything, including T17s, if you fully go into the medium budget. And if you don't have the budget for like the medium budget, then the low budget will still get you to T16s and to a degree T16.5s, depending on how juice. I mean, you can't really go for mega juice on it, but you should be able to live through it. All right, T16.5s, eh? Y'all are getting the, I mean, why do you have to, you don't have to run them. You just have to have them. Will they change real time? Let's see. Let's react to these patch notes, shall we? Let's see if we need to run our T16.5s as well. It's been a while since we saw patch notes this season. We typically get more patch notes by now. Lower the damage of the following skills on enemy mercenaries, not when allied. Shield Crush finally got the tap. Absolution got the tap. Ray Spectre, Transience, all reinforce skills. Reinforce what? What reinforce? I can't think of a single reinforce skill, my guy. Anyways, fixed mercenaries aligned with all three attributes, being unable to equip items with all three attribute requirements. Lol. So that was a problem. Gilded Beam Width can no longer spawn on Gilded Beam Width can no longer spawn on mercenaries as support for Nerving Blast. It did not do anything that was mistakenly a valid option. Fix a bug where cross contamination 6 challenge was only counting ore deposits and counters completed in Delirium maps.
Chaos is already dropping, by the way. 192.
Sheesh.
Everyone's just selling to do because they know it's fucking over.
What is over?
FOMO game.
Oh, you mean like
because
because they're going back to T17. Right? No, I haven't.
Yeah, because we're going back to T17.
How much chaos do I have? I have a decent chunk. I'm fine. Whatever the chaos price is, I will eventually sell for that. So like, it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't matter to me. I'm not running around for it.
Yeah. Why is there a ring here for worth 30C? I need to relook at that tab. No reason why 30C should be in there. Like, this should be Divine Plus. This is like 30C tab. This is the cheapest one. This should be 10D plus most likely. So we'll have to adjust the things in here. All right, let's look at these patch notes, shall we? Cross contamination 6. I should have done it already. Yes, I've done it. Blight boss while affected by Shrine. Beyond while in breach. Essence while affected by Tempest. Legion while delirious. I need to do lead whenever next time I see Legion in my delirious T17. I will have to do it. Delirium boss that is possessed is on the harder side without specking delirium. Out of everything here, Beyond while in breach is like the most achievable. Legion while delirious is also very achievable, and then delirious possessed. Unless you use like is there a scarab that makes unique monsters possessed? Where's Torment?
190.
Rare monsters have a quarter chance to be possessed by up to 1. So there isn't an easy way to do delirious. So what would be the fourth guy here? I guess just run essence until you run into a tempest maybe. Or not run into a tempest, but like use the tempest scarab and try to do that. That would be like the next one. So 1, because blight boss while affected by Shrine is very easy actually. But the problem is blight right now is fucked for me. So I don't know that I can do that. You know, so we'll have to see. Fix not being able to scroll down the mercenary stat panel and controller UI. Mercenary inventory navigation controller UI. Update the description for mercenary offering skills to clarify that they affect the minions of the offering skills owner, not all allied minions. I mean, I think that was something that was kind of obvious. Fix a bug where defeating the Elder with an active mercenary did not complete the paired pinnacles challenge. Wait, what? Huh. That is weird, but okay. Alright, other improvements. Change the damage dealt by trial horror monster variety to use standard damage against a percent life base scaling. They nerfed the Spectre, my guy.
I mean, I called it.
They fucking nerfed it.
Are you surprised?
Not really, to be honest. The others were had been nerfed, so.
I'm
07.
dispersion about this change. It's killing me, bro. I feel like it's one of those things that they like. Fuck, I just got here. I just got here. This is so much more fun.
They could have just left us with it, you know?
I generally think this was like the people who want the people who were gonna profit from this have profited.
I mean,
We
yes.
get punished.
I mean, I'm not going to. There's two parts to it. There are some people who just never be able to run those kind of maps, right? And there are people who will, but there are very few people who would have taken advantage of them, but haven't already.
That's what I'm saying.
So leaving this in the game doesn't necessarily punish the new people, because like most of the people who wanted to do it have already.
Punishes me. The people in the middle. Am I wrong? The people in the middle. People were like, "Yeah, I just got our Mageblood 2 days ago. Time to let's make another money for the next build. Oh, sick! Our next build is here. That's really exciting. Let's. Oh, everyone's saying this T 16.58 mods are really exciting. Abyss. All right, let's get the strat going together. I'm 4 maps in. Oh, patch notes. Oh, sick! I wonder how mercenaries are getting buffed. Oh. Okay, maybe I can convert the little chaos I have. Oh, it's 170. Oh, okay. like I know I'm obviously exaggerating for comedic effort, right? But like, we lose again.
I mean, yeah, it is what it is. Don't worry. When you live on the minion part of town, you get so used to losing that when you lose elsewhere, it's like, it's just like now more people get to share in the loss. But yeah, I mean, the thing is, if they left in the game, those people who have taken advantage of it will still keep taking advantage of it, and chaos would have still kept falling most likely. And I think I even pointed it out yesterday, where it's like the chaos was that cheap simply because we're all in T16.5 instead of using it to roll for T17s. I assume that's what Sergog, one of the things he mentions in his video, right?
Yeah, I mean, less people rolling T17s means less chaos sinks, right?
Yeah, like, and that's a very big chaos sink. Like, it's genuinely insane how big it is.
I just don't think it should have been fixed ASAP. That's just my only goal. Like, if you let this shit go on for this long, we're about what, 2-3 weeks in?
We are going to be completing our 3rd league week on Friday, I think. So like 2.5.
It's all good.
Restore dancing dervish interaction with chains of command that could change in 3.26. Instead of manifested dervishes being considered animated only for that unique modifier without that being described, the item not specified, it works with animated and manifested minions. So basically, we can use dancing dervish for chains of command. I mean, it's not like I was gonna do that, but power to the dervish, I guess. The following monsters have been fixed visually as specters and have been enabled again. Surely that doesn't mean they got any sort of power changes, right? Besides the nerfs they've been eating left, right, and center since release, which are affecting the specter versions as well. Rare monsters are now limited to only display 8 modifier descriptions at most, with more such as the all flame of this showing as and X other modifier. So you just have no idea that they have something. It's like, oh, he's regenerating. Why is he regenerating? I don't see a life regen modifier and X and 5 modifiers. Ah, I wonder what those 5 are. Meanwhile, those 5 are like Soul Eater, life regen, executioner.
Shit's gonna be insane.
Like, what killed
I'm
me?
just
Like,
trying to
he
get
he
these.
probably had these modifiers, but maybe we don't know. But he might have had them. Expedition remnants associated with a specific civilization now use a different minimap icon to regular remnants. What does I don't know how that affects logbooks, but I mean, maybe it's a buff. You can now open Danix exchange items using Control Alt left click finally. Fix a bug where Orb of Unraveling could upgrade crafted modifiers and where it could be used on unID'd items. Fix a bug where 8 mod corruptions outcome on this resulted in all map modifiers being T17 map modifiers rather than a mixture of T16 and 17s. 07. Fix an issue introduced where the shipping and disenchant options were sometimes not visible for existing characters in standard. These can be fixed by using /recheck achievements after the patch. Wait, what? Shipping and disenchant options were sometimes not visible for existing characters in standard league.
Oh.
I don't know what that means. In settlers?
Keep winning.
Fix a bug with a Trickster Smile unique helmet where an enemy hits deals elemental damage to you. Their resistances become 0 for 4 seconds. Applied to self-inflicted damage. Oh my god. So wait, you use this helmet. It has when enemy hits deals early damage to you, their resistances become 0. You hit yourself, so your resistances become 0 for 4 seconds. Oh my god. This is like such a niche bug, but if that shit happens to you, you just get blown up. You're like, surprise Pikachu face, like what the fuck? Oh my god, that is dumb.
Shout out to the person that had to report that. Sorry, you had to find out that way.
Do you know how confused you would be? Because like you go to your regular like your regular defense tab, you see all your resistances as you left them. You go into a map, you turn on your forbidden right, and then you just get absolutely deleted. And you're like, huh? But Maz will
Everyone's
stack.
trying to buy my expensive items.
I mean,
So after the patch.
I mean, keep your 8 mods. They're going to be premium now.
Bro, I'm running them. I don't know if they're gonna change the instance of them.
They wouldn't. Their maps have already rolled. Unless you chaos swap them, which is not possible. There's no reason why you would think.
I haven't lied to you. As I said that, I dropped a 7 years bad luck, so I'm just gonna keep running them. I'm sorry. I'm just.
You dropped another one?
Yeah, I dropped that and then Enlighten in this map.
So you've gotten 2
And the
7 years.
containment. Why wasn't I running 8 months before, man? Why did I decide to start small? I just dropped the containment, as I said. That's 4 items. Insane.
When is the patch? 30
Another
minutes.
containment.
Surely you double down. You go your map farming tree and you try to farm as many 8 more T16.5s as you can before the patch.
If you do that, I'll pay you double. I'll pay you double.
Man,
Nah, I don't care that much. It is what it is. Like, the FOMO in the game is huge. I'm not gonna let it control me. I'll just complain about it at my home.
Fix a bug where walls created by someone map bosses in Maven's fight will continue to block movement after being removed. What's that? I would like to ask you, I got defilers, but they are cold ones, but you got lightning ones, right? What do you mean cold defilers? I don't think they are cold defilers. I don't think cold defilers exist. I could be wrong, but I don't know. So if these guys are 4 divines on ID'd and a minimum of 4 divines ID'd, I'm going to ID it. It's a 26% explode chance. Just 4 divines still. All right. As for YR, bruh, get your ass out here. Ooh, huh? What? I'm on the wrong tab. As for YT16 T16.5s are good again. I mean, 616.5s, not T16s. But the reason they are good is in the current patch, whenever you dropped an 8 modded corrupted T16.5, it would only have T17 modifiers on it. It would never roll T16 modifiers. And because it always roll T17 modifiers, the affixes at the top, the more maps, more scarabs, more currency, all of that become much more juicy. Like if you look at, let me try to find some. This guy has 181 scarabs, 100 maps.
300% currency maps. I just dropped a squire.
Yeah. Oh shit.
The same map. Same map.
Lol. This is 140 currency. This is 200 maps. This is 254 rarity, 71 pack size, 15 maps. Like basically they get really insane numbers sometimes because those are being contributed by eight mods essentially. So versus a regular one you roll yourself that has a mix of T16 and T17s, it would never have values this high. Let me see some of these guys. 266 more currency, 33 more scarab, 50 more maps, the same map. 249 currency, 50 scarabs, 50 maps. 300 more currency, 50 maps, 54 pack size, etc. So like because of the fact that they only have T17 mods, those numbers balloon out of this universe. You know, does that make sense? So that's why they are good and why they are basically premium right now. And why the change is so big, because now that 8 mods are going to be a hybrid, it just means that T17s could have higher, more modifiers, or they might not. But T17s also drop fragments, which you can also make money with in these maps. But that said, T16.5 still have their place because you will still have the extra skills provided by the maps and whatnot. So I don't think T16.5s are dead in any means, and I still think they would probably still be the preferred method for a lot of juicing strats. Just not, they just wouldn't be as insane as they currently are, basically.
They won't be getting the high. They nerfed the high end.
Yeah,
The
basically.
ability to get those kind of 300% mods, you could only
They will still
usually
be-
get
they will still be
300%
possible.
after effect scaling.
Yeah, they
You
will
couldn't get it pre-effect scaling.
Yeah, and if you get 300% and then you scale the fuck out of your effects, you're going to end up with like 500% more in the map. You know, it's going to scale auto control, and those maps end up being very juicy. They're not losing some of their mods, they are losing the bug that made it so every single 8 modded one dropped with only T17 modifiers. Those modifiers will still exist, but it wouldn't be 8 T17 modifiers. Instead, it'd be like a mix of T16s and T17s. And occasionally, once in a blue moon, you're still going to drop full T17 8 modded maps, most likely. And those guys will be going for a huge premium now. You're going to have to spend a lot of currency to buy them. But of course, they are worth the currency because basically, yeah.
Bro, I dropped a squire in that map too.
How much are 7 years bad luck?
I don't know. I actually just put it in my div tab.
Can you check? You've said that twice in a row now.
I'll check after the patch.
Fucking check now.
I wish I could. You know I wish I could.
What do you wish you could? Just check.
But I have a sense of urgency right now. Where's
What?
yours?
Mine? I haven't dropped them. I didn't run into 16.5s.
No, your sense of urgency.
I wasn't going to run them regardless. Like I have 3, but I don't think they're going to be changed. After the patch, I'll still have those 3.
After my last one, I promise you I'll tell you, okay? Until then, I'm not letting FOMO eat me alive. I just dropped a squire.
You're just
fighting FOMO.
You're not going to let FOMO eat you alive. You're just letting FOMO eat you alive. Is what you just said. But it's like sense of urgency. What urgency? The maps will be fine. You're just not going to drop more. So what you should be doing right now is you should be farming for those maps before the patch ends, so you can have more of them. Yeah. That is what you should be doing.
I don't want to farm. I don't want to do it. I did so much of it.
Why are you
Dude, the
farming?
ambush gamers are buying because I'm just trying to run it, have fun. I'm just having fun. Don't think too much about it. The people are trying to buy as many ambush cabs as possible because they know they're going back to ambush containments 217 hell. Nah, I'm taking this shit to next standard.
I mean, in that case, what I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to end up going back to Verisium to Ribenfell because those containments will go up in price. All right, what's this message I just got? Any ideas how to finish this? Just slam. Let's see, what do we have here? Oh shit, that's a good one. All spell, all minion, 99 increased damage, attack, cast speed. It depends on how much you're willing to spend. You could just slam, or the expensive routes. The expensive route here would be prefixes can't be changed. Harvest, add or remove. I mean, depending on what you're going for. If you're going for red defilers, then yeah, you just slam and you're done with it. But if you're going for something else that could maybe have crits, then going prefixes can't be changed. Harvest, add or remove crits. And then you take, and then you're hoping it removes the crafted modifier and gives you crits. But like that is a risky step because you can eat your attack cast speed modifier, and it's expensive because harvest craft is expensive. But those are your options for finishing this with a bit more value for general minion builds. I would recommend for now just slam it. Actually, no. I would recommend leaving it open so you have the option later on to slam it if you so choose. That is what I would recommend. All right, so those patches are kind of interesting. Nothing here affects us. You're welcome. Nothing here really affects us, except maybe some of the mercenary stuff. But even then, it just means they're going to be easier to kill, so I can't complain. The T16.5s, I mean, they'll still exist as full 8 modded maps because you can still sort by more currency or more scarabs and yada yada, and you'll still be able to find them on trade. It's just they're going to go for a premium now versus being as readily available as they are now. Will they be worth running? Most likely, because like the Abyss strat right now just had no entry cost and literally prints currency, so it would be healthier for the economy. It will overall be healthier for the economy.
Yeah, well, I'm farming maps.
What happened to FOMO?
I had like an insane map with every negative mod I couldn't run, because I'm using double risk on that 8 mod. We're here, we're farming maps.
I thought you were tired of it. What happened to be tired?
Well, I also ran out.
Oh, divine, I'll take it. Thank you. I've been dropping a lot of divine since I started running these T17 maps I rode. Can't complain. I cannot complain. But yeah, I think right now I'm going to just try to get as much Verisium as possible and try to get as many scarabs as possible.
Might of his hand.
My next build, honestly, it's actually a shame that it got nerfed, because my next build, the plan was to make it so it could run as many, like to make it to where it could run as many T17 mods as possible. It was going to be chains of command. I will still do that build, by the way, but like I have less reason to go for a risk scarab now, because like, I mean, risk would still be nice.
This is still probably the best way to run it now.
Yeah.
They probably killed the other way you would run it. Like just going full Abyss is probably not that good. Realistically.
I mean, it's probably still decent, to be honest. Like going full abyss just means you're investing a bit more now.
Let his power
Why are you tormented? Oh, that's why. 94 more Skirab, 188 more maps.
Your foe burns for me.
T16s can get those implicits now. T16.5s can't. Base T16s can't. It might be lightning damage though. If you summoned the Spectre and the Spectre says Wretch Defiler, then it's lightning. There is no code variant of like Wretch Defilers. It's just they only exist in lightning. They shoot white projectiles, but this is the lightning variant. And if you had to pause it, you kind of see what they were going for with it. These are supposed to be lightning bolts. So if this is what you have and this is how they look like when they are fighting, then you do have the lightning variant. It's the only variant that exists. Now there are other variants of like similar minions that are not Wretch Defilers, i.e. what is that thing's name again? Revenants, something Revenants. I forget what their name. They can be found in like Act 4. Katarina, why are you healing? How are you healing? Can you explain this to me? How did you heal? We don't have Maven in here. We don't have. You don't have Conk. Yeah, Maven. I don't know how you healed. Stygian Revenants. Yes, that's actually what they're called. But yeah, Stygian Revenants, that is the tier 4 version. So long as you're not using like them. And if you're using them, you'd kind of know. I hate that this is a thing. Get me out of here before these guys kill me. Maybe she spawned those little creatures before she died and I had nothing to leech from. So I would block some of them, but some of them will go through, and the moment they go through, I'm slowly losing health until I eventually die because of how many they were, and I wasn't about to do any running around for them realistically. I had Stygian when I was progressing into Wretch Defilers. How were they? I know I don't think they shoot 9 projectiles like Wretch Defilers do, so you'd see less projectiles. But they have like a similar-ish attack spell. Just it's notably slower if I remember correctly, something like that. Way less screen clutter, way less damage. Weaker and no black minions. Yeah, they don't do the initial summoning things that these guys do, which is another tell. A second divine this map. Sheesh. This map doesn't have quant, does it? No, it doesn't have. It has a lot of quants. It doesn't have more currency. It has more Skirab. So it's interesting. That is interesting. I'm not getting that. One modifier I'm seeing myself being unable to do on my next build, i.e. change the command, is block AD. Unless I'm willing to swap a support gem for like block reduction. Nobody has time for that. Maybe have so much damage that when that one inevitably goes off, they die. It would probably just be a block reduction angle. Just like if I were to run reflect maps, I'll probably have to do brutality for my AG just so he doesn't do LE or phase damage, and he's safe at that point.
Alright, we're printing it in T17s.
Right now I run mines with overcharge and prismatic bursts. Reg Defila lightning scaling. Added lightning is rather weak, to be honest. You think added lightning is weak? I think it's pretty decent. Like awakened added lightning? Or what do you mean? I mean, the gem alone gives us how much flat damage? 24 to 400 in a build that doesn't have access to ghastly IGOs you typically would to give you the flat lightning. So this is all the added lightning we're getting other than their base lightning damage. And when you already have as many more damage modifiers as we do, I mean, adding more is always nice. What level is my gem? 27. So maybe this. Yeah, that's 10% of its base damage being added. We have no other sources of it. My prismatic gives 100 to 902, 1902 at level, so gonna be 2k out. I mean, in your case, if you're using mines to give added lightning, then yeah, that makes sense. Like if you're doing that, then 100% you don't go added lightning, you replace it with something else instead. I'm too lazy for added lightning, or for mines rather. It's a lot of work, single target. It would be a lot of damage. It would be an insane amount of damage, to be honest. But it's a lot more effort. What on earth is chunking me? So what is up with this map? Why am I getting chunked so much? We have no crits.
Approach, challenger.
Am I missing something? What is the thing doing damage to me? Poison? %47% fizz as extra, so that is obviously a start. Then where is the poison modifier? Because there has to be a poison modifier, right? It's just the fizz as extra. That is weird. I mean, it's a lot of fizz as extra. Don't get me wrong. But I'm not seeing poison. I'm not seeing other problematic modifiers. Not to mention, I don't know why this is here. Yeah, I have no idea why it's chunking me that much. And even poison doesn't chunk me much because like I have 85 max chaos res.
Your soul burns for me. Kulamak,
By innocence, be broken!
arise, my children. Feed.
You crestful answer to God.
Give your soul to me.
Where is this person? There. No mind, just on the reg, but you have to have intelligence as your highest attribute for it to work.
Kulamak. Mortal.
I might have to once this fight finishes, I'll try to process what you're talking about.
Soul burns for me.
I feel like there's something I'm not understanding.
Kulamak, arise, my children.
Okay, so let's just make sure everything else is fine. Oh, the toggle highlighting wasn't working. All right, so where were we? You said prismatic burst, right? Supports attacks causing them to trigger the prismatic burst spells. Cannot support this. Supports. It triggers prismatic burst on hits, deals cold, lightning, and fire damage. Less damage of each unchosen damage type. Increase this. And what is a prismatic burst spell? Or it's just the damage being hit? The player's strength, dex, and int values determine the likelihood to pick lightning. Okay, so the prismatic burst is the guy that... Wait, so you have to use an attack for this? But it supports attacks, so you have to use it on attacks. Which means that 340 into 194 strength, at least I get the fire and cold procs too. This doesn't work for Rectifilers or Absolution. So just a heads up, this cannot modify the skills of minions. You're getting no damage from this on your Rectifilers. If you put this on Rectifiler itself, it does nothing. So just a heads up if that's what you're doing. Overcharge works because overcharge is Giga Shock, but I have overcharge in my helmets for my Spirit of Fortune. My Spirit of Fortune, whenever I use his Shock Nova, I get big shocks from it. But that said, he's not currently spec'd for damage, so like, you know. I think we can get up to like 30% on certain bosses, but not on Ubers, I don't think. I think Ubers, I haven't tested how much the shock gets to on Ubers. To me, it looks like it works. I can tell you it probably doesn't. Like, this makes it so this is a dead link for your Rectifilers. Like, it is not doing anything for your Rectifilers. It's not giving them any added lightning damage. Your Rectifilers just have a lot of damage. So just a heads up, you probably have a dead link. Overcharge itself is going to be a source of decent shock, but because Rectifilers hits fast, not necessarily big, it's kind of wasted. It's kind of wasted, and it makes it so you can't run elemental focus. So you get a decent shock, but then you don't have. You would then get a decent shock, but this is now giving your Rectifilers less damage. Literally. Like, this makes your supporter skills deal 25% less damage, so you're applying a 25% less modifier on your Rectifilers. So they're going to do way less damage than they should. So they can apply shocks that could just be applied by the Spirit of Fortune. I think this is the reason I have kept my caster material this time. Yeah. Shackles of the Wretched. Did you really not drop anything good? Okay. Lightning Pen would be next in line. If you're using Doriani, Lightning Pen is not that great. You already have minus 200 lightning resistance, or you already have their resistances set to minus 200. Hitting them like they have minus 239 lightning reses I mean, it's still extra damage, just not as much as something like LE Focus that has just a straight up 39% more modifier, making the actual lightning hits bigger. Is that a but that's a Valdos. What mercenary is the best? A Fallen Reverend is your ideal mercenary. This guy. He provides Wrath Aura and Zealotry Aura, to which you scale with like aura effects on certain pieces of his gear. Or he can spawn with these two auras, but he has a variety of things that can spawn here, so it's not guaranteed that he spawns with this. It's the TLDR. You're welcome. How long till 15 minutes? We can do on that map.
Sag. They shouldn't have changed that, but it's all good. If it means a healthier long-term economy, it is what it is.
Mine is still thinking
I feel
about
like
it.
it's hard to not give them the I want to believe that they wouldn't do that on like purpose, but like this strat has been known for a while. It wasn't just popping. Like there was space to fix this.
I agree.
That was my problem with the strat with them fixing it.
I'm thinking maybe it's just something they couldn't fix earlier. Like maybe it kept bringing bugs when they tried to fix it, and eventually they came up with the solution, and now it's going live. But like it wasn't something that was as straightforward to fix. Like it's possible.
Communication there.
Like
I'm going through the Reddit, and I know like you don't need to mute there what I'm seeing. Like.
I mean, people feel like their farming strats is being deleted. Like in reality, it's not that deep. Like it's still going to be profitable, but it is going to be significantly like affected by it. You know, it won't be as crazy as it was. But like after running it as much as you have, like today, do you think it should be left as is? With
No,
like with like the things you're dropping.
Like right now, do I think they should have updated this? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying like with how much you're dropping in the strats after experiencing it for today, what do you think of that being the way it is? Does the question make sense?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Because
like when I did it and I was dropping divines and whatnot, I think it drops a lot.
Like,
and I don't know that
the farmers aren't being punished. The people who they should have curbed, like they've eaten good.
Yes, I agree.
I find myself in these updates like same as meat sack stuff. I found something said that it's not even like I think the casual player isn't even being the person being punished because they don't give a fuck about that. They're not like juicing a mod corrupted, but I do think it's players like us, like people who play a lot but not fully degen, right? And like because like we finally get there, like oh right, and then it feels like it's ripped away. Like
Yeah.
it's all good.
I mean that's a very valid feeling, right? It is. It sucks. Like the way I see it is like it's worth it for the games in the long run, but like it sucks.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
But on the bright side, the strat now is going to be more open to more people, because since it's now not guaranteed to be, you know, 8T17 modifiers, that means more people can buy 8 modded T16.5s and actually do content with it.
Yeah.
So like it does open up T16.5s to the 8 modded T16.5s to the larger player base in a way that will probably feel good for a lot of people, but the juicers who were eating good with it won't be happy, and those who are just getting into it will, well,
Like
yeah, the ones that eat the
Fulgrim's
most
playing,
shit.
He's like, oh, okay, shrug. That's fine. It needed to be nerfed. It was really broken, guys. As he hoards his 4 mirrors and gets ready for the next strat.
Yeah. But like at the end of the day, there will be more broken shit. Like that's just the truth of the situation.
We'll see.
Maybe not to the degree, but there'll be more broken farms, I think.
Yeah.
Like having a strat like that in the game makes it feel like I can farm settlers as an example, because it feels like settlers is just like you're going into a map dropping, I don't know, divines, Valdos, reliquary keys, 7 years bad luck, etc. And I mean, I'm doing juice content, I'm doing this shit in T17s, but I'm not getting that. So it does limit the strats that people feel are viable, because then to compete you then have to do stuff like maybe stuff that other people don't want to do, like essences. And with essences, like you will compete in terms of like money per hour, but if that's not what you want to do, then that's not what you want to do. Same with like maybe for some build that comes up, Alva temples maybe get expensive, and then so like you then end up selling Alva temples to those same juicers that need for their builds now. But other than like niche things that are needed by these people, you aren't generating the wealth they are. The things you're buying are worth what they will pay for it, but they are just dropping divines, and divines are always going to be worth divines. Does that make sense? There are a few strats that compete with just straight up dropping a divine, and if you can reliably drop a divine, then your worth is bound to explode, so to say. And then anything that doesn't just straight up drop divines is going to be worse off for it, because now divines are going to be worth less than they should, because there's more divines in the economy. It's not very straightforward.
I don't think it is. I'm not someone that would take the decision lightly.
Yeah. And I think it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, realistically.
And at some point, you just have to make the call, and the person made a call, and it just is what it is.
Yeah. All right, we have 4 minutes, which means we are just not going to run into our next map after this. We do have quite a bit of we should send a shipment soon. Maybe not bars, but I do have a lot of crops I need to actually send a shipment. And I think I have like 25 mil plus in crops that I would like to actually cash in soon. So I don't know if I want to buy dusts and then send 50 mil. I have to check the price of like mirror shards to see if it's worth it. Like realistically, the chance of getting a mirror shard should be relatively high, but if it's not worth the amount that you invest into getting those items, then I mean it's not worth it. Mirror shards are currently 35 a piece, so how much do I have to spend to get 25 mil dust? Venus kitchen knife, these are like 0.9, probably divine I should say, plus. How much dust do they give again? I'll have to check. All right, let's see. We're looking at Divinarius and Benos kitchen knife. They are Benos is 1.29. So if it's like averaging a divine a piece, probably a bit higher, then that means 25 mil dust will cost me 25 divines on average. So that means if I really want it, maybe I mean probably be slightly higher. So let's just say 30 divines for 25 mil dust. So that means at a minimum, I would have to return 30 mil or 30 divines worth of shit to end up profitable. Now this is all offset by just a single mirror shard, so it probably is worth it because you will still get like 25 mil worth of like, what do you call them? I'm still gonna get 25 mil worth in the way of, my brain isn't working, in the way of tattoos, which could also help offset the cost. We'll see. How many minutes do we have left? 6. 1. I mean, how much wheat do we have? I need to get a decent ratio of wheat to my blue xanthemum, which is kind of what I'm waiting for right now, because I think total I only have 2 mil of that, whereas blue xanthemum has 22.8 mil. Yeah, I'm going to need this to get to like 12.5 mil. So that means I'm at least a few days away from this. That. All right. I mean, in that case, we can't send today. We just keep gathering as much dust as we can on the side, running our maps, and eventually we're going to full send and hopefully get mirrors. That means it's going to be in the next few days. I'm not exactly sure when. Maybe by
Changing computers.
maybe like Thursday. All right. Okay. So basically we're done with this. Let's see the Sargog video, shall we? Seeing as we have to wait for the patch anyways. How can I get more specters? I have 6 right now with Dark Monarch. I'm going to say all the specter sources. So just plug in where you need. You get a specter from level 1 Ray Spectre. It's one from level 13 Ray Spectre, and one from level 25 Ray Spectre. That's 3. You get one from the passive tree, dark with the dark death attunement node. That is 4. You get one from the arcane surge shield, Katarina's unveiled shield with max Spectre as a modifier. So that's 5. And then you get the 6th one from a +1 Spectre chest, which is a delve only mod on the chest piece. That is where the 6th one comes from, and 6 times 2 being 12. That is all we can realistically get. We're going to look at this, and I'm going to look at this.
Oh, Addy, old grab.
Like, I wanted to watch this for a bit.
I'm pretty devastated because it's such an easy boss, and now I have so much damage, and that is actually why I died.
He died to this boss?
I'm so embarrassed. It's probably top 3 most embarrassing deaths I've ever had.
It has to be those circles, right?
It is such a skill issue. And I literally died.
Those circle balls.
Damage. And I was farming for the anime weapon helmet that I now realize I can't use with Chains of Command.
No, he picked both of them up.
I died for nothing. So yeah, it's a pretty devastating rip. It is definitely one of the more skill issue rips that I've ever had. As you can see, my damage is pretty crazy now. It's like 8 million damage or something. I don't know.
How is this gonna lead into a rip? Wait, what? Does he reflect the damage you deal to him, or what is this?
So basically, I'm so preoccupied by enjoying my new damage that even though this is the only move that can kill me, I stand like perfectly. And I've already seen this death happen to somebody else, so I'm so aware of it.
What move is this?
And I don't have like shock reduction, which I actually removed some of.
Did he get...
And
Oh, 37% shock is wild.
happened to somebody else, so I'm
Oof.
I stand like perfectly, and I've already seen
What the fuck is this
death happen to
debuff?
somebody else, so I'm so aware of it. And I don't have like
I don't think I've seen this skill. I haven't taken note of it.
some of to get more damage. So yeah. Pretty
I haven't taken note of that skill. Like, if you asked me what move can kill you, I would say the circle ball thing he shoots, because like maybe you're not paying attention and then they all explode on you, maybe. But like I don't think I've seen this skill to take note of it. Oh, 07, I guess. That is wild. I've never seen that skill.
Yourself a drink. It is time for some Path of Exile.
Oh, you have an infamous war priest. Can appreciate that. You have 2 war priests.
In Path of Exile 1's Trade League economy.
Where's number 3?
Softcore. This has been an interesting weekend. And when I say interesting, it's been a pretty wild ride for people that have been sitting.
How is the video sound for you guys? I assume it should be loud enough, but if it isn't, let me know and I'll take it up.
Or divine orbs, which is probably most of you. Let's have a look at the exchange rate, shall we? You'll see that it's currently something like 240 to 1. This was very, very different just a couple of days ago. A couple of days ago, I was regularly selling divine orbs for 152,
10%, please. All right.
162 chaos. Then,
actually, we're going to do this. We're going to adjust it on OBS so you guys can hear it a bit more. My voice won't be as loud in comparison, but it should still be decent.
Last night, my time, something like 12 hours before I'm recording this video, I needed a bunch of chaos orbs, and I was able to buy 5,000 of them for just 21 divine orbs. There's definitely been a big shift that's gone on, and it's been sustained.
You're welcome.
So I want to talk about where that's coming from, and also what I think the future is likely to hold. But firstly, let's just start with the facts of the matter before we get into anything that's more opinion-based. As you can see, the current...
Sargog must really like farming highs. What the fuck? Mine just has like 9 rogue markers going for 15 divines.
Fair market value for a divine orb is something like 240.
He must have farmed a shit ton of...
What happens when we look at some
patches
other
up
commodities?
All right, let's click on that. Thank you very much.
Is that get traded quite a bit and that are fairly valuable. So let's start with the Echo of Reverence, shall we? This is one of the new entry tokens.
Can you show your plot by map rejects? My POB is in the sheet in my description. I believe it should be in my description currently. And my map rejects is also... My T16 map rejects is there. I don't put T17 map rejects. Reason I don't put T17 map rejects is it is very dependent on what investment you're at and what you're comfortable running and how much juice you're putting in your map. So because of all these varying factors, I don't feel comfortable putting T17 rejects in there. T16 on the other hand is a lot more... It's a lot easier to know what's going on there, or how much juice or like the modifiers you just can't run. But like in T17s, if you take every single damage mods, it can be fatal. You might not have as much like chaos res, or you might have as much minion chaos res, or there are a lot of variables in there. You might not have done the swap to what do you call it, to sublime vision. You may have, so etc. For T17 specifically, I just recommend going to poe.re to make your rejects.
For one of the pinnacle bosses, this is currently
Really glad
going
you're here.
for 5.
What?
Make a rejects have 100% map and 100% scarabs.
You can't make it an or, you can make it an and, to my knowledge.
PoE.re doesn't let us do like scarab and currency.
It lets you, I think it lets you do both. It's just it wouldn't highlight unless you had both of them. So the way I do it is I just have no pack size. I don't use any of that, and then when I see it highlight, I eyeball what it has in terms of the more modifiers, and I go from there.
550-ish Chaos Orbs, and the exact amount does vary, but it's in that sort of broad ballpark amount. Syndicate Medallion, aka the Katarina access token, this one has actually gone up even against the Divine Orb, but it's gone up even more against the Chaos Orb. But the Echo of Reverence
almost
has
3
stayed roughly
divines.
the same
Holy.
against the Divine Orb. And as I tried to check a bunch of other different sorts of commodities that people trade a lot, it turned out that most of them were still trading in roughly the same ratios against the Divine Orbs that they previously did. It's just that they're now trading for more Chaos Orbs than they used to do. So my first conclusion in this video is going to be that it is the Chaos Orb falling in value, it is not the Divine Orb rising in value. Divine Orbs aren't purchasing more than they did a couple of days ago. In fact, in some cases they're purchasing less, like the Syndicate Medallion, like against the Mirror Shard, but it's more the case that people are just losing interest in trading into Chaos Orbs. Why is that? Here we get into a bit more speculation, but I do think there's a bit of evidence for what I'm going to say. So have a look at Morbid Mire here. This is a fortress map that I think many players would elect to roll over. It has rare monsters have volatile cores. This modifier is horrifyingly dangerous. It has a few other things on it that are fairly mean.
Volatile cores, you don't fuck with them.
Life as maximum energy shield. This can be particularly obnoxious with a map boss like Fortress Map Boss that has a lot of hit points. And then it's got a few other things on it that just might interfere with your build in certain ways. I would say that...
Wait, so Fortress specifically has a lot of health? More so than the other bosses? Question mark? Because there was a time I faced Fortress boss and I gave him like 400% more life and life as ES. And that shit just took ages to kill. And I was like, I mean, 400% is 400%, but like I feel like I should have killed it more than 4 times over already. But because I'm used to running Katarinas and other T17 bosses that I would say might apparently be squishier. Maybe that's it.
For players are going to look at this and say, nah, I'm rolling over this. How do you roll over this? Well, you've only got one real choice, and that is the Chaos Orb. Contrast this to the new tier 16.5 / Zana influence / Gomage influence, whatever you want to call these maps. These maps do not require Chaos Orbs to re-roll. They're also allowed to be 4 modifiers, which makes them less likely to be nasty than tier 17 mods. Now, the key thing that's changed is that there's been a number of strategies published over the last weekend that abandon tier 17s in favor of Gomage influence maps. And what this is meaning is that there's more and more players that are jumping ship
in favor of, wait, what?
Into 16.
Did you say Gourmage? The fuck?
This is meaning is abandon tier 17s in favor of Gomage influence maps. Into 16.
Who the fuck is that?
What are these players?
What is that? Is that some other name for Xena I'm not aware of?
Doing with Chaos Orbs now? Well, they're not using
I'm so lost as to what that is.
So essentially, top-end players are deleting less Chaos Orbs than they were in the past. There are, however, a few things Chaos Orbs can be used for that are not related to rolling maps. The first one of them is, of course, Xana's mods, or the map device mods, or Kirak mods, whatever you want to call them. Now,
that's negligible.
Changed. In particular, there's the heist one, which is probably the one that has the highest value, but that's kind of its own entire strategy. There's a small...
I think it's a reference to Expedition 33. Maybe. I haven't played it, so it's possible. But what would he be referencing? He's talking about memory maps. So is that like a character that also has to do with like memories? In Exped 33?
Section of the player base that do this, but a lot of people just aren't interested in it.
Red flag part of the part of the game.
A lot of these don't actually do anything all that useful. Prior to patch 3.20, it was impossible to get a 100% chance to get the Delirium Mirror on the passive tree.
So because it's red petals, and I mean Xena is red petals, of course, so the originator maps are red petal themed, and there's... But like, why that character in particular, or is that like a red petal character in Exped 33?
So if you wanted to get the Delirium Mirror, you had 2 choices. You could either use the map device in order to force Delirium on, or you could spec into a percentage chance to get the Delirium Mirror. Now you have the option of a baseline Delirium Scarab if you want to use it. You've got the option...
In fact, Gomage only means exploitation of scrub, referring to the process of...
The option...
Zero words. Absolutely no words.
Of just specking about 20 points in order to get 100% delirium chance in every single map. What this means is that there's just a lot less utility for many of these map device mods. Now the ones that stack, for instance Anarchy, this just adds 7 additional rogue exiles. Whether you've got exiles there or not already, this just adds 7 more of them, and so that ends up being pretty good to use even if you're already running a rogue exile strategy. In fact, especially if you're already running one. There are certainly some that are like that, but for a lot of them, it is just binary, and those ones essentially aren't useful at all, except maybe for the newest of players that just want to try out a strategy before they commit to setting up an atlas around it. So, the map device is using less Chaos Orbs than it did in Path of Exile's history. The second thing is that for most item slots that your character can equip, using Chaos Orbs to roll them is pretty terrible. Now this isn't true for jewels, and it's not true for some cluster jewels. There are some situations in which directly applying Chaos Orbs to gear is a reasonable use. However, these are pretty rare, and most of the time people aren't using large amounts of Chaos Orbs in this way. And then there's a few things you can do with them, like you can come to Kirak, you can go to his purchase screen and you can go, oh, do you have any
his
chisels
videos
for
seem
me? And usually it
edited
does,
differently.
but these are just
there's more
not
dead
very
space now.
explosive amounts of currency, and most players just aren't interested in bothering with them. Essentially, there's nothing that's really sinking an enormous amount of Chaos Orbs out of the Trade League economy. There are definitely some sinks, but they have decreased because the most significant one of them was Tier 17 maps. So what's the evidence for this claim? It's a collapse in price of Tier 17 maps that took place at about the same time as the surge in the value of the Divine Orb against Chaos Orb, which is over the last weekend. There are now more people looting Tier 17s and not looking to run them themselves than there were before. There are fewer people running Tier 17s
How much
and not
are
looting any than there were before. Consequence of these
ziggurats
things
now?
is there's just more of a build-up of Tier 17s available in trade, and when there's more supply and less demand, you end up in a situation where prices tend to go down.
I was
so that's
eating
the reasons
good.
for the changes with the Divine Orb and the...
I bought my set of 20 ziggurats for like 5 divines. All right, how much are y'all going for now? You're already up to 30 chaos. Holy shit, they really are going up in price. 35 chaos already? What about fortresses? 30 chaos, 8 bombs, 25. So these guys will go up in price. So now is the time to just bulk buy a bunch of them if I'm going to keep running T17s. Honestly, it's not a bad idea to just do that, because odds are I'm going to stay in T17s for a bit. I had half a tab full of fortress maps that went from C50 to 25. Yeah, earlier in the league, I was farming T17s myself, and I remember at the start of my strats, these guys were like, this was when they were still like 90C, give or take. They're still like really expensive. And then before I knew it, I blinked and these guys were down to 60. I'm like, okay, I need to sell them now. Even before I was done my strat, I had to list them, which I typically never do. But with the speed they were dropping in price, I'm just like, okay, we need to get rid of them now.
Chaos Orb. Will this continue from here? I don't think we're going to see a repeat of what we've seen in Path of Exile 2 with the Exalted Orb, where the Exalted Orb has just ceased to be a relevant currency. A lot of people don't pick them up at all anymore. I think instead we're going to see that the Chaos Orb is going to continue to be picked up by most players, because there are still some of these scalable sinks. You can just simply start using more Chaos Orbs if you have more. But I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a little bit further on this trend of, you know, from 240, maybe it'll go a little bit further before we start seeing more of an uptick in use of some of those Chaos sinks that do exist in game. Most notably, that comes down to the fact that applying Chaos Orbs to items is just not a very good Chaos sink. It deletes the Chaos Orb, it just doesn't produce very many usable items compared to all the other crafting tools that we've got in this game.
I wonder what inspired this comment. Does he always put this, or is this like...
One thing that I think will be interesting will be watching to see how this develops over the rest of the league. Will it be the case that Chaos Orbs continue to fall, or will a new floor be found under them? And if so, what's going to underpin that?
I made
There are two more
3/4 of a
factors I want to
mirror
discuss,
disc from
one of which I
flipping
agree
rogue
is a
markers.
factor in the Divine Orb increasing in price, but don't agree that it's a reason that it's increased over the last weekend, and that's the Sanctum nerfs. The second factor is the question of organised cartels of traders and whether they've had a big role to play in this change in the Divine Orb ratio. That time, I'm going to argue that it's not really the case. So let's start out with the Sanctum one, that'll be the less controversial side. Firstly, the Sanctum nerfs were something that took place at the start of the league. They're pretty well known now. Basically, Sanctum awards considerably fewer raw Divine Orbs than it used to. And on top of that, there's also a divination card for one of the jackpot drops that used to be sort of a bit of a pull into Sanctum. You'd be thinking, oh, maybe I'll get an original Sin relic, and if I do, I'm set for the rest of the league. That was something a number of people thought when they were thinking about playing Sanctum in the past, and this league, of course, there's a divination card for that. So people are expecting that the OSIN relic will be worth less as well. So Sanctum lost the steady income of Divine Orbs, a little bit of it, and also lost some of those jackpot drops, and consequentially, there are fewer people playing the Sanctum, and each one of
Trade
them
collusion / cartels.
This is tightening the supply of Divine Orbs across the entire league. However, this is not really a factor in why the increase has happened in the last few days. This is the sort of thing where maybe if the Sanctum nerfs hadn't happened, maybe it would have been at 140 until a few days ago, maybe a bit 220 now instead of 240, but the same sort of general trajectory would have happened. The second question is that of trade cartels. And ultimately, the reason I don't buy it is because if you did have a big trade cartel, there's too much incentive for each individual person in it to mess with the other people in the cartel. So let's say that you're someone that plays the Trade League economy like a PvP game. You're someone that's accumulated 16 mirrors so far in this league, and you get together with a bunch of other people that have all got similar sorts of amounts of capital to you. And you come to an agreement. At 9 o'clock on Friday, you're all going to lower the value of the Chaos Orb. You're going to do it, and you're going to somehow all profit from doing so. So, this is your plan. What's your immediate best move? Your immediate best move is actually to move at 8 o'clock instead of 9 o'clock. And this is the case for everyone else in the entire cartel. Essentially, it's kind of an unstable agreement. Everyone benefits from backstabbing each other.
That is funny.
Those sorts of agreements, when you're
That is
talking
actually
about the
funny.
high end of a PvP setting like a Trade League economy, they are not ever stable. That's the reason that I don't buy that this is something that it's like an organized market collusion. Anyways, I'm going to leave it there. May your Chaos Orbs and your Divine Orbs.
Well, that didn't last long. Divines are, or Chaoses. Let's see what they're going for now. Chaos to Divines. I mean, they're still 200. Like it's not like complete full circle. Considering they were at what, 120 before? Not 120, 160, 155 for the longest time. So it's not full circle, but it's a healthy amount backwards, or from being at 240, 250. All right, what are we gonna do next? I would honestly like to reforge this ring. I need to drop the code res, and I need to get... I want to drop the code res for... I don't need resistances, I need minion stats. But then I lose life for it, which is unideal, let's say. Very, very unideal. Where is my last ring? Did I sell it off already? If I take this ring off, I have no dexterity. Something's gonna screw me over. And it's going to be a mix of Snapper's Mark. You know how I'm going to do this? I'm going to just say goodbye to my life roll. How many divines do I have to work with? I have 9. So I have 4 tries. No. I don't think that's smart. Because if I reforge Casa and I get cast speed and it's not great, I've lost my life roll for free and I've spent 2 divines already. So that's 7. I'll be at 7. And I'd only have like, and I can't recraft it with essences because I'm too broke for that. I don't think it's the smartest decision I could make right now. I'll be very honest with you. think there are many smarter decisions I could make. More than a few. So let's not do that, shall we? Let's just keep running what we're running. Let's just keep running what we're running.
Power divine!
Oh, wait, I'm not immune to burning ground. I just realized. I do have enough regen to counter itself, so it's not a problem. Oh, it's this guy. Okay, we move on. That guy counters Regifilas too hard by simply having a bubble. It's not worth the time required to kill him. Not worth much, right?
Death will never come for an immortal.
This has a synthesis boss. Yeah, but it's dead.
Your soul burns for me. Kulamak, darkness falls. Arise, my children.
Brother, why did y'all know aggro? We're so close to skipping children phase. Now I have to run around. I don't like running around.
Might of his hand!
Give your soul to me. Your soul burns for me. Kulamak, arise, my children. Feed. Your soul burns for me. Kulamak.
What fragment do you have for me? Why are you dropping shit there? AT chaos. I mean, what's that? We'll sell it. Okay. I need to go through all my void cards.
Let his power be known!
I was about to say, oh, Verisium. Then I remembered who got spawned. I was like, okay. I'm not falling for that. You know, I didn't check what the downside was. Targeted by meteor, that's fine. I just don't use flask, so negligible.
Well, haven't got all day. Time to bag me a kill. Oh, you bastard!
Where are you blinking to?
Fine. I'll go make my own fun.
Sure, we'll just sell it.
You'll see, I'm not to be trifled with. The Trathan Code dictates. So go ahead.
Oh shit.
So you have chosen death.
I was about to exile her.
Power divine!
Thank you very much.
When I'm ready, do not report.
One reason I'm looking forward to maybe not doing delirious maps is just petrified amber tree tends to suffer on it, like quite a bit.
Death will never come for an immortal.
Do I think the beta buying combo is better than the Squire 12 link? We reached the filers specifically. I mean, it's going to be very difficult to make a 12 link with the current recombination. The current recombination, pretty much.
Such was his will.
Of course, ignoring costs, it's possible.
Arise, my children.
Let me think.
Feed.
Yeah, a few downsides to having a 12 link. The biggest downsides I can think of off the top of my head is typically defensively, you're in a worse spot by just having Squire versus an actual defensive skill. With this, that is not necessarily the case. You actually do have, you're probably getting about the same amount of defenses with this as you do with Squire. So I would say it's probably better to have a Squire set up, but the cost of getting a Squire set up versus the damage increase you will experience with it, I'm not sure it's worth it, essentially. I'm not sure that it's worth it, because pre-recom nerf, it would be very easy to get your 12 link weapons. I mean, I personally farmed Lord knows how many I made 3-4 different 12 links during Settlers, but with the recom changes, that is now just not doable anymore. So you'd have to do the good old-fashioned way of spending a lot of currency to get them, and having to potentially settle for like less than ideal results. And in those situations, in the more likely situations, save actually just spending as much as you possibly can to get as good of an item as possible. I don't think it's going to be that insane of a difference. Because if I think about the mods, you're going to need to make a 12 link work. Rectifilers can't make crit work unless you do some giga like adjusting. You're just not going to make crit work, and without crit working, thank you. Wait, Kitara blood drink, is that leech? Yes, leech. Without crit working, you lose 2 suffixes, so now you're left with, I think, faster casting, maybe spell echo. So if you can get spell echo, that's nice. What modifiers do you have available to you as suffixes with Regifilers without crits? I know there's spell echo as a suffix. I feel like there's faster casting, but faster casting is also on like gloves, so it might not be on weapon. I'll have to check. Deacon, you talked to me about something related to ES is useless for our builds. What is that? I'm asking, I'm wondering what are the proper bases for armor, gloves, and boots. Your best base for your gloves and boots is something that has evasion, so you can naturally roll suppress. So I went for armor EV. I think armor EV is the best. Wyvern skill, to be precise. Don't be like me. Don't get worm skill. It's wyvern skill. That's the best. If you're not getting that, then pure evasion could be okay, but I would personally go armor EV. As for why ES is useless for our build, it is because we go divine flesh, and divine flesh makes it so all damage bypasses ES. So it's not a defensive layer for us. So going ES base is kind of not usable. Typically builds that use divine flesh would typically go eldritch battery at the top right, this guy, to make it so they can actually spend ES instead of mana. But we can't do that because if we're spending ES, we can't get arcane surge, which reduces our damage. So ES overall just doesn't do much for us, except maybe if you get the 4 passive less phase while at max ES. That's like the only usefulness you can pull out of ES in this situation. The only thing kind of annoying to me is offering self-casts. You haven't looked into it. How come crit isn't a thing for Regifilers? Oh, you haven't looked into it. Okay. Why crit isn't a thing for Regifilers is because they have a base crit of 0% instead of the typical 5% base that other minions tend to have. So this means the only base crit you're going to have from the entire crit portion of like the weapon is a 2% base crit that comes with increased crit strikes. So you're working off 2%, to which you have to like get all these different sources of flat crit just to get to like maybe 7%, maybe 10ish% if you're lucky, and then you have to scale from there. And I mean, you know, that's not ideal. That is not ideal at all. Versus the regular minion that have 5% more and then scale from there. Didn't know. Yeah, that is why for a 12 link or for an expensive crafted item, people tend to go for the gloves, the spark gloves that give a lot of like flat crits with essences. That is why they opt for that guy, because with that guy they get like what 3.5 flat crit, and I mean still not great, but it's a better spot to start from than increased crit strikes, or scaling crit at least. Well, that's why crit is awkward on Rectifilers, sadly. Divine Flesh, yep. I mean, it's kind of easy to forget, right? But yeah, that is why we can't use ES.
Move on. I charge by the minute.
That is why my ES never leaves. Oh. That's why my ES never moves, even when I take damage. Only my life moves. I die with all my ES because, I mean...
Death will never come for an immortal. Mortal.
We're talking about the Shaper Leviathan gloves that Gazi was talking about. Yeah, those are the gloves. The ones people would typically craft for Wretch Defilers if they wanted to scale crits. Because then it beats having increased crits and only having 2% base, like 1.5 extra base or something like that. We're so close to skipping this phase. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to step on the rest. I rely on my leech.
Your foe burns for me. Give your soul to me.
I said I'll rely on my leech, and then this guy goes invis.
Your foe burns for me. Call him out. Mortal.
You're welcome. But do you think that is better than your gloves with aspect of the spider? I mean, if I did, I wouldn't use my gloves. I'm not a big fan of the Craig glove approach because you have to spend a lot to get a version that actually competes with baseline Wretch Defilers. You have to spend a lot. There's a reason they're mirror tier gloves. And all the investment you put into scaling crit on them, you could just put them in. You could put the exact same investment into just generically scaling their damage. Like for example, now you're in a multiple link glove. You have to use spell echo, pierce, and a random force modifier. Let's say minion damage, right? If you just went with chest base, you had more say in it. You have to use faster casting. I think it's faster casting, slower proj, faster proj. Faster proj is not a more damage multiplier, it's an increased proj damage multiplier. Slower proj is a more damage multiplier, but it's less than something like control destruction. What else is there? Faster casting is cast speed, that is chill. But you get a decent chunk of cast speed from your 35% effect cluster Joe to where, I mean, it's still going to be good DPS. Like faster casting is just going to be good DPS, but it's worse than something like minion speed because minion speed provides more cast speed for minions at least. You have to do that, whereas going with the chest, you can choose what you want. So I'm going Awaken added. I have like a control destruction, which gives unnerve. Unnerve makes enemies take more damage, which is it takes increased damage rather. So it's a more multi. You actually can play around with Awaken chain instead of pierce, which is, I mean, you still have it regardless. And then because it's chest, you still have access to Unetor's Vow to get his 7th link if needed. And all that for a fraction of the cost. So I still think, and not to mention, because I'm not using those gloves, I still have space for like intelligence, for like aspect of the spider being something I think you would try to fit regardless of whichever variant you're going for. You'd probably want to fit an aspect because converting is just so comfy, it's just so nice as a defensive layer. So if you're converting, then you have to go on aspect because odds are using Sublime Vision. If you're not using Sublime Vision, then you'd have to use a shield, and shield slot is kind of occupied. What support specters am I running? I am currently using a perfect Spirit of Fortune, a perfect Guardian Turtle, and a perfect Blasphemer. I also need to update my merc command. So I will do that after this map. I will, what do you call it? I will hover on my merc's current items. I didn't change much. I haven't changed much, but I did change something to where the old one is kind of outdated. So I will do that when I'm done the map. It's literally just an amulet swap for juice content. Sure, let's get instilling an anarchy, shall we? Do you have anything good? Oh? Probably not 6 divines, but it's probably expensive. So that's T1 life. Fractured. Titanic Scarab. So ideally we want Wyvern skill boots with +2 to level of race spectre, 12% plus chance to suppress. Wyvern skill gauntlets with max life, 12% chance to suppress, and 1 slot craft. That slight adjustments. The boots you ideally want suppress. It doesn't have the 12% plus, but like spell suppress is ideal. Movement speed is mandatory because nobody wants to go slower. For the gloves, you don't need aspect on it because you can put aspect on the boots and go for a third affix. And because it's easier to force a higher roll spell suppress, I would say it's better to go for like a 14% on your gloves or 13% plus, because 13% would be T1, because 12% is the top end of T2. So you can get 13%, 14% spell suppress on the T1 because you're literally just using an essence until you see that suppress. Whereas this guy, you have to get very lucky to see suppress. That's the big difference. There is kind of a way to deterministically craft these. Kind of. But to do that, can you even do that? To do that, you need... Now, this is just me brainstorming. Do not follow this advice. This is not ideal. The only way you would naturally get this is if you went for an ES/EV base, you went magic and rolled for +1 spectre, you regold it and elevated and took it back to magic, you imprinted the new magic, and then what would you have to do in that spot? You'd have to like exalt or something into intelligence or spell suppress, because there's no way to harvest, reforge any of the others. Okay, yeah, like I said, that's just not doable. So there really isn't any ways to like deterministically get int and spell suppress without spending egregious amounts of money. Maybe if you went ES, EV, and then you recom them together, it is possible, but that is such a long, expensive, convoluted sequence of events that have to go right that I wouldn't recommend that at all in the slightest. So yeah, for your boots, I would say just use spite essences until you get +1. If you get an open suffix, then if you get an open suffix, what you can do, actually no, there's actually a decent way to do it. It's just worse. You have a worse product, but it's a decent start. You have to essence until +1 spectre and an open suffix. You use multi-mod, can have up to, which is a suffix that fills up your suffixes. Then you would go for suffixes can't be changed, reforge chaos. That gives you desecrated ground. You then orb of dominance to see and hope you get your +2. If you get your +2, now you have a base item that has open prefixes, crafted a crafted suffix, and some prefixes. So you then remove your, well, if your crafted mods are still there, you leave them on. At this point, you want to scour to clear your prefixes, keeping just suppress, int, no, keeping just int and +2 raise specters. Then you multi-mod, suffixes can't be changed, and reforge life. This gives you a life modifier, and in the ideal universe, it doesn't fill up your prefixes. Then you craft another prefix, and then you veiled up and you pray it doesn't hit the life. It doesn't remove the life. So at this point, you would have life, you would have the veiled modifier, and potentially a third. Probably only these two would be your prefixes, and then you have your 3 suffixes. Then you unveil movement speed. That gives you movement speed, life, specters, and intelligence on your item. You still have an open suffix and open prefix. You remove all your crafted modifiers, and then you craft spell suppress. This would be like 6%. So you lose out on, like, 8% of spell suppress by rolling T1, but you still get 6% or so spell suppress on the boots. I could be wrong on the crafted roll, but I think it's like 6%. Yeah, 6%. And then for your last prefix, you just slam or you leave it open. That is a way to do it. Expensive, but it's a way to do it, to still get some spell suppress, even if it's not a lot. And you would still have life, you would still have movement speed on it. But again, it's expensive. So would you recommend it? Would recommend the much cheaper variant of just the much cheaper variant that doesn't involve using veiled exalted orbs and such. But there's a lot less RNG there. There's a lot less room to break your items. Because in everything I just said, there are a decent amount of let me actually just demonstrate what I just said. We'll go to Craft of Exile to show this. There are many steps that can break you in this craft I just mentioned, but this is essentially for the visual learners. This is how it looks like. You go for strength dex. Let me ask you something. Go for it. Wyvern scale, eye level 86 or something. Now, what you're looking for is spite essence until you get spite essence until you get raise spectre, and then you do everything you need to do to dominate it. So that would be can have up to. Suffixes can't be changed. Now this fills up suffixes, so now only prefixes can be removed, and then you reforge. You harvest, reforge, chaos. That gives you desecrated ground. You orb of dominance. you hit poison and you cry. You do it again, you hit poison, you cry again. You do it again, you hit poison and you cry again. Brother in Christ, what are we doing? There. We finally hit what we were supposed to hit. Now we have raised specters. So we have this is what the item looks like. Now we go for prefixes. We use suffixes can be changed with multi-mod. And then we go reforge life. Because we can't add / remove on this base, so we have to reforge life. You cry because this is not what you're looking for, so you have to recraft it and then do the same thing. You cry because T9 lives, so you have to do it again. T5, you decide, is this enough for you? Are you fine with this? If it is, fine. If it isn't, you do the same thing. And keep in mind, if at any point you fill your prefixes, that's kind of it. Then now you're at this spot, you have life, you have int, you have specters, you have can have up to. You go suffixes, cannot be changed. You go veiled exalted orb, and you pray it removes the suffixes can be changed mod and not life. And then you cry when it removes your life. So you if you really wanted to, you'd go through all these steps again to get life again. So you can then veiled exalted again, which is also expensive, and then eat your life again. So you have to go from the start again. And then you do the same thing until it finally eats that one guy that you wanted to hit, because it's 50-50. And we all know 50-50 might as well not exist because you're going to be unlucky. So you have your veiled prefix, you already have life here, so you unveil movement speed. And now you have life, movement speed, intelligence, spectre, and you have can have. At this point, you go to your crafting bench and you remove all crafted mods. You craft spell suppress, which is a 6%. Where's suppress? Oi. There. You recraft it until you get 6. And then you have your final boots. Those are basically the steps. Now, as you saw in this whole process, there are many steps where you can actually break your base. And I mean, it's expensive. Each veiled exalted orb we used was worth, how much is the veiled exalted orb? I can't check, I'm in the map. Last I checked, it was like 8 divines or something. Very expensive, and you'd have to do all of that. You have to, for every max life you miss, you're spending divines to reforge, to like suffixes can be changed, reforge it again. And if you ever fill your prefixes, you kind of just have to annul and pray you don't hit a suffix. So expensive crafts, but you can end up with this item pretty deterministically. It's a lot of currency and it's not worth the 6%. Instead, I'd rather you just did everything I just said. You don't do all of that, and instead what you do is something along the lines of this: boots, strength dex, wyvern skill, spites, elder exalted. So it's elder influence. This is the starting base you have. You just go spites until this and open suffix, in which case you can choose to elevate this or not. You do exactly what I did in the last one to elevate it. You just can have up to actually this already has elder, so you can actually just orb of dominance it. You get your +2. At this point, what are we doing? We're not trying to keep the 3rd suffix. We go for aspect craft. We literally just go here, beast craft, aspect of the spider. You just slap it on. You now have you have to slap on the level 30 version. You now have level 30, and now you're just working on your prefixes. So instead of having to multi-mod and all of that, all you're going to be crafting is can have up to suffixes can be changed. Veiled chaos, which is a 4 chaos veiled orb, by the way, versus 8 divines. You cry because you filled your prefixes, so it's kind of RNG. You get movement speed, and you work off of this. It's a fraction of the cost, but you're obviously not guaranteed a high life or anything like that. There are less steps that break you, and this is cheaper. So this is what I recommend. So basically right now, I just want to know how to craft +2 Spectre boots without caring about good mods. Can I just follow your 3.25 apply this? Oh yes, 100%. It's exactly the same thing. It's just instead of chance to avoid shock, you're going for You're going for intelligence essences into it's the same process basically, and you can put aspect of the spider here to fill up your last suffix, so you don't have to worry about spell suppress or anything else, and then you just focus on getting spell suppress on your gloves. And this is very cheap. You don't have to worry about life, you don't have to worry about all of the extras. It's a much more straightforward process. Like literally just spite until you have the ideal like race spectre. You do your orb of dominance dance prage, which all of that is in that video, by the way. And then past that, put your aspects and then deal with prefixes. But yeah, that is the difference. Those are the two different approaches. One has a much higher cost just to have the spell suppress crafted. Oh, and by the way, if you get a free prefix, you're lucky because then you can craft life. But if you don't, then it is what it is. Either way, you're likely going to get movement speed, so you can at least rest knowing you have movement speed. You're welcome. Just remember to go for level 30 aspect of the spider craft, not level 20. The only difference between level 20 and level 30 is level 30 uses Black Morrigan. So in your recipe, you have to have a Black Morrigan. It's the same other beast and whatnot. It's just one uses Black Morrigan, the other doesn't.
Arise, my children. Feed.
And of course, if you're not sure of beast crafting recipes, all you have to do is go to the wiki and type beast crafting, and now pull up the beast crafting page and all the recipes and all of that.
Your soul burns for me. Mortal.
I mean, you're dead. This map must have had a decent amount of... Yeah, it had fizzes extra. It didn't have any extra more damage modifiers or something, otherwise it might have been a bit spicier. Might have been a bit spicy otherwise.
Approach, challenger.
I think for this settler strat, I might end up going into 8 modded strands to do it, because I think 8 modded strands, what do you call it? I think 8 modded strands will be very good for just beelining it to the settler nodes and dipping. Oh, it's that fucking guy again. I really don't like him. I don't know if you all have heard, but I really don't like that guy. Mr. Temporal Shields. I will enjoy killing him when I have a build that doesn't care about temporal bubble. But until then, we skip him. In the next few days, we're going to actually start POBing my next build. I POB'd something over the weekend that's ended up disappointing me as a general all-purpose build, but I think it's something I can potentially make work into a dedicated bosser. And I think for bossing specifically, it's going to be insane, but I think it's going to lack the defensive layers required to make it into an insane mapper as well. But if I go with the mindset that, oh, this shit is a bosser, it is going to be insane. Like it is actually going to have so much single target DPS. Especially if I can be asked to do like pyroclast mines. If I can do that, if I can be asked to do that, then I can kill Ubers in like point whatever of a second. But like, I don't think I have that patience.
I still abide by the Trafan Code. Choose your fate.
Do I have a POB for this build? Yes, indeed I do. Check the description. There's a sheet. It's the Rectifier build. I'm currently on the high budgets. In case you are curious which version I'm on. This is... Do you have anything good? You have Fork. I'm undecided on what my mercenary is going to be for my next... What the fuck was that? You're welcome. Is it this? Is that it? Because I gave the mercenary a shit ton of phase as extra and they had a 6-link kinetic blast, I just get blown up by the kinetic blast. Is that it? Because like nothing else makes sense as to why that just happened. I don't think I have any player debuffs. I am capped on my reses, 9085. Wait, is KB a phase? Does KB do base phase damage? That I actually do not know. Let's check. I think it might, and if it does, then yeah, I guess that it would be it. This added phase equal to your percent of max mana. So yeah, this does do phase damage. I'm guessing her one was also pretty nice, and then the map modifier multiplied that damage even more, and she's 6-link, so we multiplied it even more. And after going through that many multipliers, the one shot is what we get for it. That is my assumption.
Back.
Welcome back. I assume that isn't worth anything. you have chance to avoid ailments? Oh yeah, okay. I was like, where are your shocks? 100%, 131% chance to avoid ailments is gonna do that.
Arise, my children. Feed.
The loot in my maps are still. Oh my god, spell echo is 94.
07.
Oh.
Lol. The loot in your maps as well.
The ambush maps have been fine.
The ones that you manually
Abyss,
wrote?
yes. Yeah.
I figured. Like, the strat itself.
I mean, the
still,
8 mod ones are insane, but
that was a bit too much.
I had a lucky map, bro.
I'm not using that map as the status quo. I did the strat too. I'm just saying, like, in terms of.
That insane?
I mean, I wasn't running the maps you were running with the huge multis you were running because, like, I couldn't do that. I have modifiers. I'm not trying to do early pen because even though I can maybe get by with it, my minions cannot if there's like lightning golems in there or something, you know.
Yeah, but your minions like, isn't it like just back out, respawn, kill?
I don't want to do that. Like, I don't think my permanent minions are necessarily in danger, except maybe the blasphemer, who is the squishes of the permanents. But like, I don't want to do that because, like, let me walk you through what the process of resummoning my minions would be. It is leave your map, go into your hideout, take off your desecrates, take out your bone offering, remove spell echo, put desecrates somewhere else that you can actually cast it. Cast desecrates, look for X however many defilers you need. Remove your permanent minions, resummon them so that they are the last in the queue. Then insert all the gems you just removed back into where they should be, and then go back in your map. I don't want to do that.
Oh, yeah, fair. It's a lot.
And at any point, if like this actually happened to me this weekend. At any point, if I'm tired or whatever and I just forget, oh, and I like literally, I think this one, what happened to me this weekend was I was messing with my gear or something and my permanent minions despawned. So I did the whole thing, got them out of my and resummoned my defilers, something like that. And then when it came time to like resummon my permanent, I brain farted and put in my bone offering, so I popped their corpses, and like I just sat there for a minute and I'm like, what the fuck? And like I knew instantly what had happened. It's just my brain wasn't having it then, and it happened. It happens. So like, if I don't have to touch my specters, I don't want to touch them. So going into maps where I know there's a high chance like defilers would die because it's a very ripping map and whatnot, I don't want to do that. And if I lose one, I don't leave my map to respawn just the one. And if I lose 5, I basically don't have the DPS, and because I'm spending more time in packs, I'm more likely to kill whatever is left, including my permanent. So like, so yeah, it is.
I guess I don't think of it that way. Thanks for enlightening me, Iconic.
Lol. You're welcome. If we have PoE 2 specters on the other hand, I mean, they'd be too bugged to attack. But like this.
Did they fix it?
Yeah, I heard they fixed it. I've heard they fixed it. All right, let's update the Merc command with the amulets change. All right, new Merc. This is 30th of the month. We have this. Everything is practically the same. The only change is Eternal Damnation. This can still be swapped out for this Strangle Gasp for less juice content, but when doing like juice T17s and you're dealing with those lightning golems that tend to be a lot in T17s, Eternal Damnation really is necessary to keep him alive, and then everything else stays the same. All right. Now I'm going to clip that and use that. My dude, are you coming for your natural instinct or not?
Sargog has a video about to come out soon. One of the biggest mid-season patches we've ever gotten POV. In his words.
No.
More influential, I think, were his words.
I mean, it is
what they call it.
Like, oh, the chaos is at 250. All right, let's see what we can do about that real quick.
I'm gonna switch back to widescreen for a bit.
For your PoE 1?
Yeah. I miss it a little bit. My eyesight is just, I need to just accept that it's not great. And a big part of accepting that is just being able to just, like, I need the white. It's not a luxury item. I do really need it. Like, the amount of times I'm playing on this current setup and I'm actively, like, messing with my character, what's it called? My loot filter, like, drop, like, size, just to figure out a balance is becoming a lot.
Yeah. All right, we're to save that clip. 30th of the month. And this is Witcher glasses.
Yeah, but I'm due a glasses change. I'm just waiting for some insurance stuff.
Okay.
It just won't be. It'll be a while.
Yeah.
They're never permanent fixes, right? Glasses. They're like.
Do you have to get re-prescribed? Or
yeah, they meet you where you're at. Like, they're not corrective, they're supportive mostly,
I mean,
as far as I understand.
Corrective doesn't really fix it either, is my understanding of that.
Laser eye surgery would, right?
Lol. I don't know. I don't know enough about it. I've heard mixed things, so I've heard mixed things about laser eye surgery, so you never know. Like, I know that can do damage rather than good, but I also know it's more likely to do good. But at the same time, I also think I've heard like it's reverts or something. I don't know. Like, it's good for a bit and then
It's scary.
yeah, I mean, you're fucking with your eye, right?
Once a fucking minute, you're trying to fix it.
You're fucking
Every
with your
time people are just fucking around, just like, just pull that shit out. Let's just do what we do for that other guy.
Yeah, the eye is very sensitive, is all I'm saying. And people's eyes are very different.
Yeah.
But like I said, I don't know enough about it. I can only speak off of what I've heard. And I don't know anyone who has personally done it, I don't think. I need to check those. What are these? Fractured. Yeah, we just both trash it. All right.
Death will never come.
Life is so brittle.
Life is so brittle.
This vitality boon.
Okay, so we're dealing with vitality boon. We're dealing with 135 life as extra ES. Are we dealing with more life? It doesn't look like we're dealing with more life that I can tell, but it's they're hexproof, so this is doing nothing. The good news is you're still minus 200 lightning rest, so
Resist my entropy.
Your soul burns for me.
Take this
yeah, this isn't it's not a more monster life map. There's no endurance charge as well, so we're chilling.
life. It is so brittle. Take this vitality boon.
Before maybe we could give her vitality boon, we had phased her.
Be healed and fight on. Life is so brittle.
I should probably remove these T16 Basilica maps for the price I have them, because they're gonna go up in price. Being a you know, a commodity, a rare commodity at this point. But honestly, some of these might, okay, maybe not.
Feed.
Take this vitality boon.
Take this vitality boon.
Life is so brittle.
Soul burns for me. Call a Mac.
Be healed and fight on.
Oh shit.
None resist my entropy.
Arise, my children.
Nope. I love that I don't need to care about regen. I have that much damage. I could just say, eh. Oh, vitality boon? Alright. We just have more work to do. Well, that's it. Alright.
Mortal flesh is so fallible. Be healed and fight on.
Low key, I'm really not a big fan of this simple. Oh, by the way, I found out something new that I didn't know. You know how blocking nodes actually doesn't allow certain scarabs to drop? Apparently, it doesn't reweight everything else, so you're not more likely to get the scarabs you want by blocking them. It just removes them from the pool. It just deletes them.
Yeah.
So I found out
I knew
that
that.
measure. Let his power be known.
Isn't that what we knew? I think you
no,
were weighted.
I thought by removing those other ones from the drop pool, we were more likely to drop catalyzings as an example.
Take this vitality boon.
No, or else we would be shitting them out.
So fallible.
Fair.
So that means blocking them
Okay,
has
I
no
didn't-
real reason. You have no reason to block them from a scalar point of view.
None resist.
No, that's not true. Wait, where did you hear this? That
Some
wouldn't make any sense. Actually, that would actually just not make sense.
that is apparently the findings, is what I'm saying. Lots of people apparently
Fallible.
I forget who it was. Let me see. I can actually find.
This vitality.
There's a comment section I was in yesterday. I think it was had to do with King's March. Was it King's March? No, it was Carnarius, I believe. I think it was Carnarius's Blight strats, where the comment section was filled with people telling him, you know, findings of other creators.
I've never heard
Was it
of
that?
this.
No, it's not this one. It's not this one. It might have been the other. What other strat is there? Okay. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, I haven't heard that. Unfortunately.
Yeah, there it is. I found the video. There are lots of people in the comment section here saying scarabs you block, don't drop them from the pool. It just get deleted. That's people have, like, streamers have tested it and it does not increase the chance to drop other scarabs. Like there was a name, there was a name dropped here, but I can't see it. I don't remember. Anyways, just keep that in mind. That it's very possible that it's not something.
Hear me out. Maybe it works that way in normal modded maps, but when you put T16s, T7, T16.5s and 17s in the mix, and the more modifiers hit, the quant of scarabs invalidates that to some extent. So maybe it doesn't. Maybe you really feel that if you just go do like normal T16s or 8 mod T16s, but maybe that's not the case if it's like with the more modifiers we have.
I think the more modifiers, it just make you drop so many scarabs that
that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like that change, that it makes it not feel like in T16s it would feel that way.
The more scarabs you drop, the easier it is to notice differences like that. If you drop 1,000 scarab, if you drop 1,000 scarabs and you go from a 2% chance to drop 1 scarab to a 4% chance to drop a scarab, you just went from dropping 20 of that scarab to dropping 40 of the scarabs.
I feel like, cause like I'm talking about my current strat right now in the Abyss strat.
Yes.
I block so many things.
Yes, and you're going to drop the ones you want.
Getting so many of the good things.
Because you drop so many, period. Basically, what this is saying is, if you were to not block them, you still get the amount of those ones you're dropping.
Alright, I would love to see the person that tested, but because I haven't heard of it, I'm skeptical, and I'm definitely gonna be changing my tree to practice.
I will look into it probably after a stream. Let's see if we can look into it a bit. Yeah.
Take this vitality boon. Life is so brittle.
Yeah, I'll do this after stream. Oh, 1,000? That's kind of nice. All right, let's do this. We're gonna get 2k Verisium from this. I am down for that. Please don't have that guy. Okay, he doesn't have him. Hey, we're chilling. This is the unique guy, so... Oh, my guy, you hurt. Can I have Anime Guardian with my minions? Not with this build, no. Your helmet makes it so you cannot have any other minion type except specters. That is why we're able to get 12 of them. You are welcome. I said I was going to reprice my maps. I forgot.
Also, no talking to Passions about fixing the flickering. Only.
Lol. Have you been experiencing it a lot?
But I've just been curious to see what they'll do about it.
Yeah.
We're quick on the wrong trigger. GGG.
I don't think it's an easy thing to fix. They probably put a lot of work into this quote-unquote fix, because I mean, the way it's handling juice content is different from the way it was handling it last season, and that probably took a whole lot of like you know, labor to do, and it probably is a lot of labor to change that right now. So I don't think it's something that we could have seen a fix for yet. My dude, what do you mean you having phase? Why did you just go to the brother? Why?
Yeah.
Well,
You know, Wildwood Abyss was technically so much worse than whatever we have right here. Like, let's just be honest. Let's just be honest.
They probably should have fixed that. Like, it just, I think that Wildwood Abyss was very unhealthy.
That one was,
because it encourages gameplay that's just.
I feel cheated.
Oh, my mercenary died? How? Brother in Christ. All right then. In that case, we leave. How on earth did he die? That's what I want to know. Let's see. It's probably between Katarina's crits, because I feel like this is, what mods does this have? Let me see if I can find exactly where it dies. So it died even before she teleported away, and I had to go find. So what mods does this have? Brother, what is hitting me? What is chunking me this much? Giga crits, as I expected. What else? Endurance charges are all defensive modifiers. Possession is crits, possess. Do we have extra proj here? Extra proj, I can see maybe we have giga crit, we have giga fizz as extra.
Fortresses are up to half for the vine.
Fortress?
Yep.
These 70s are going back up in value. I need to buy ziggurats if I'm going to keep running them. I need to just buy in bulk. Yeah, this map is very rippy. I've lost 2 defilers. It's the crits. Realistically, it's the crits paired with the phases extra that is making this, that made this map very dicey. We can't make our mercenary crits immune, and he already has this shield that has reduced extra damage from crits. So maybe we just have to give him crits reduction Doriani instead. Maybe that's the play. OG Babu with the T1 sub, thank you very much. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you. I think it's genuinely just a crit reduction. Like, I think I sell this and I get crit reduction. That puts us at 70%, and he's less prone to dying to, because like I'm less worried about him dying to lightning damage. I'm more worried about him dying to crits at this point. I think genuinely, I think that's the thing that kills him the most. It's crit map, because even when those lightning golems are the problematic ones, it's okay. Let's actually just, you guys are taking a while to die. And I suspect that's because someone is summoning y'all. And I don't know who the summoner is, but we're going to start from the back and hopefully eliminate. Yeah, I think we've gotten the summoner. My guy, where are you teleporting to? Can you stay? Oh, can you stay still? Thank you. Yeah, we're not killing you. Yeah, we're going to get crit reduction, I think. How much are they going for crit reduction? Clear. Crits, implicit, reduced. Doriani. "15 divines is crazy work." That is wild. Okay. We can't afford it. Do we want to save up for it? Is the next question. I think we kind of just have to if we want to keep running the content we're running. It's a tax on having insane crit in these maps. Oh, I'm missing 2 DPS minions.
When I'm ready, I'm not.
What does this map have? We have 75% monster damage, which is kind of spicy, but what the frick is that? This is a 6-link necrotic armor base. That is 2 divines, it looks like, just for the base. Primal percentile, yeah, this is a divine-ish. Yeah, you're not worth much. All right, so we're going to sell the others for... Let's sell this for a divine. $1.5. Then the others are going to just get destroyed. For fusions, and then these last few we'll keep on to the end of the map. Does this map have AoE? It looks like it does. At least these monsters look like they have AoE, but I don't see more projectiles on it either. Oh, they do have AoE. So where is the projectile mod? Because I think AoE typically comes with projectiles. Typically. No shocking in this map. My dude, what is that? Avoid poison.
death will never come for an immortal.
At least we don't have to worry about seeing her projectiles if I can't find the 3 proj. We phase her from the most dangerous proj phase. Insta gibbed her. Yep. She doesn't have many tanky modifiers here. She just has endurance charges, which is a very decent tanky mod, but not when it comes to the amount of damage we have. I do think if I'm going to keep running this kind of content, I need to invest into anti-crit on my mercenaries chest. Getting that to 80, like 70+% anti-crit would help him out a lot. People have come to buy my 8 modern maps for 1.5 divines.
8 modded Basilica?
Yeah.
I put up for 3, bro.
Yeah, I think I'll raise the price of mine. I was supposed to reprice after the whole thing, but I haven't gotten around to. They are now legacy items. All right, I need to pee, so I shall be right back. Okay, I am back. And we dropped to realities. Huge. Big money. Do we do an Uber Maven today? I think we can. Why not? It's not like we're just talking about how we probably want to save up for something. I mean, what is currency if not something we spend for fun? Red Altar stonks just went up with the chaos going up in value.
The gogs will be this out if you want to react at some point.
Sure.
Let me know when you do, and I will tune in.
I can do that once I'm done with this map. I think I might do some harvest farming soon. Low key.
I've been watching some harvest farming.
Blue altars or red? Probably blue.
The person I'm watching is that guy again.
Ooh, divine.
He doesn't know if, he actually generally doesn't think it's that. He thinks it's so close that he's gonna have to like actually do a lot of testing to know for sure. You remember who I'm talking about, right? Chronic Painless.
Yeah, I remember him. If what is so close, like blue altars and red?
Yeah.
Or just straight up
Well, I guess
altars
actually,
or no altars?
a lot has changed because he was probably juicing with the pack size we were getting. Right. So he was like, when I tuned in, someone asked him, and he was like, "Guys, the pack size is so huge that it might actually like be a tough answer." But now, if we're not getting that insane pack size numbers anymore, then I don't know.
I'd be curious to see.
I'll tune into him if he goes live again tomorrow to see what his findings are. Actually seems to do a lot of like actual calculate like
Yeah, and I could tell from like the
numbers.
The crop rotation video we watched way back in Settlers?
Yeah.
Like 8
To
months
be
ago?
able to focus numbers like that, you need to like really care about that to be a number.
Yeah, I don't care enough to track like that. Like I can track over like 20 maps, but like I lose interest very quick when I'm tracking stuff like that. I had a spirit of fortune, but I can't seem to find him. If you die, does he die too? He does not die if you die, but he can die. That said, he is one of the tankier ones as well, and he tends to run away from enemies when they get up close and personal. So, you know, if you can't find him, you probably have to get a new one. You probably have to buy a new one.
I have 2 Enlightened cards and 2 7 years.
How much are the 7 years? You're still not checked.
Oh yeah. I'll check after. The royal currency from these maps when I roll decent currency is so good though. I've been walking out with a lot of these maps with 3 div.
Nice.
Kind of crazy.
All right, time to react to the GOG. Does it work the same with Ray Spectre? Explain your question. All specters work the same way. They can die by themselves, but they don't die when you die. They have to be chunked to 0 life for them to die. Or are you asking how to resummon them? No, any specter that has perfect in its name is a ritual specter, and they cannot be desecrated. So perfect spirit of fortune, perfect guardian turtle, perfect blasphemer, all these guys are ritual specters. All our support specters are ritual specters, so you have to buy them from trade in order to get to like resummon them. But the defilers are desecratable. Does that make sense?
Oh, howdy all. Grab yourself a drink. It is time for some Path of Exile 1 discussion. Patch 3.26.0.
Okay, let's reprise these guys because they are now worth more than 150C, and I'm not going to sell a single one under that. So how much am I going to price them at now? I think I'll put them all for 3 divines, and like I'll just change their tabs. That said, some of these are probably not going to sell for that. What's the best way not to lose him? You lost the turtle and you lost him. Did you use your secondary Spectre gem to summon them? And is that gem decently leveled and decently qualityed? Because in order to have them be tankier, quality helps a lot in giving them resistances. If you depend on the budget you're at, they might have resistances, they might not have resistances. You might have to make up for their resistances. I am in the high budgets, and the way we give them resistances is like through the rings. So I have minion early res in the implicits and here, and I do still need to even pick up a 20% quality respect ideally. That way I know they are always capped, even if they are cursed or whatever else the case may be. I also plan on getting a second ring that would ideally be a gloam ring, which would reduce the damage they take as well. We'll have to see how that goes. But yeah, if you're using Purity of Elements, you probably don't have to worry as much. If I remove the gem from an item, I lose him too. That is correct. If you're in your hideout, he drops to the floor and you can resummon him. But if your offering goes off, then it will probably eat the corpse and you have to buy him again. So you have to be very careful when you're moving things around when it comes to ritual specters. If for any reason they get despawned, like if I remove this ring, I lose dexterity. If I lose dexterity, I lose access to this shield because this shield requires 155 dex, which means I lose 2 specter limits, which means 2 specters get desummoned and they'll be on the ground, etc, etc. Now if offering triggers and I don't realize it, those corpses are gone. So if you ever want to mess around with your gear, my advice is take out your offering, take out your desecrate, do not leave your hideouts, and then finish everything you have to do with your gear, put everything back in order, resummon them, and then you're free to move. Make sure you do not leave your hideout with them on the ground, because hideout instances tend to close the moment you leave. I think with very few exceptions do they stay for you to come back and meet like a corpse. So if you want to trade, do all the trading you need to do before you start messing with gear.
D does not at first look like it's got anything much in it. However, the devil is in the details. This is one of the biggest.
Actually, let me get water real quick. Actually, take me like 15 seconds. But BRB. Okay, I am back. We can continue this.
League that I think we've ever seen from Grinding Gear games. So let's start out with what the minor stuff is at the start. There's a bunch of things related to Mercenaries League. We're definitely not going to go through all of this. A couple of worthy fixes like nerfs to the amount of damage that Shield Crush does when an enemy mercenary is using it, or nerfs to the amount of damage that an enemy mercenary does with Exsanguinate or Static Strike, a whole bunch of other sorts of skills along those lines. Pretty minor stuff. Then there's a couple of minor fixes that relate
this
to
video, I think,
in
right, you started?
3.26, worthy fixes.
I just want to let you know in this map, I had 33% chance to dupe currency. I dropped divines 4 times in this map and none of them duped.
Lol.
I dropped 4 divines, 2 Valdos, 48 chaos, and none of them duped.
I think
this is
because it doesn't affect chest drops.
You think so?
I mean, they're from chests and not natural drops from
I had a
monsters.
div droop earlier today, but I think there's a chance now that that might just been a random drop. If that's the case, hard to tell when there's that many monsters.
Yeah, I mean, 33% chance and none of your chaoses included, dudes. Like, if it's from,
Sad.
like, the chaoses
The
from...
chaos comes from the chest too.
Yeah, like, if it's the ones from the red altar minions, then yeah, that would probably dupe. But from the chest, it's likely not to dupe. And if you say you got a what 40 something, then you have to like 33% chance. That's 1 in 3. It's you're not that unlucky, my guy.
Well, they all. I'm not doing red altars.
Except
I'm doing
for-
blue. They all came from the box. They all came from the boxes.
Yeah, so you're not that unlucky. It just doesn't.
Oh yeah.
dupe.
So it just doesn't do. Yeah.
Just removing one little irritation that comes up late in the league. However, we then look down and we see the big 2 major lines. One of them is a change to the Orb of Unraveling, mechanical change to the way that players have discovered that it works. And the second one, much more significant, is a change to the way that 8 modifier corruptions work. So, originator influence maps, these are going to no longer drop when they're dropped by the 8 mod corruption Scarab. They're no longer going to drop.
I probably should have farmed some, like just done some quick map farming for them. But realistically, I still would only drop like 1 a map. But that one being like 3 divines would be, substantial.
With 8 guaranteed tier 17 mods. What does this mean? Well, tier 17 map mods, they just add more loot than the regular map mods do. They add more danger usually than the normal map mods pool as well, but they add quite a lot more loot. And so all of the maps that are generated in the future as 8 modifier tier 16.5s, they're going to be weaker than the ones that were generated during week 2. And they're going to generate less loot than the ones that were created during week 2 as well. It's been interesting talking with people over on the Path of Exile 1 subreddit. A lot of people have been saying this is something grinding gear games always do, and exploit early, exploit often, or miss out entirely. I don't actually think that's really the case. The recent practice along these lines has been to leave a lot of these major bugs in until the end of the league. To take an example, in patch 3.23 Affliction League, the league's economy was completely dominated by a bug/exploit, whatever you want to call it, that involves Stygian Spires spawning more loot-generating monsters if they fired more projectiles.
Wait, what?
Completely dominated by a bug/exploit, whatever you want to call it, that involves Stygian Spires spawning more loot-generating monsters if they fired more projectiles. And so what this meant was that players were incentivized to spec into Abyss and also to grant additional projectiles via any means available to these Stygian Spires. The only thing Grinding Gear Games addressed during the actual 323 league itself was the private league modifier that granted multiple projectiles to all monsters in the entire game, because this was generating more loot and it ended up being a paid advantage. But all of the other uses of this bug/exploit to generate more loot, all of them were left in play for the entirety of patch 3.23. Exactly the same thing happened in Freesia League as well. In Freesia League, there was a Rogue Exile related idol mod that stacked quadratically with more copies of itself. So you had 1 copy of the idol mod.
This mod that they ended up deleting for the next, like for the next set of Freesia related events. Like the events they held, the private leagues, that mod did not exist.
It had 1 times the effect.
It basically deleted it. Well, it didn't delete it. It was still there in a variation, but it was no way even close to how strong it was in Freesia.
4 times the effect. If you had 3 copies of this mod, then you ended up with 9 times the effect. And if you had the maximum possible 4 copies of this mod, you ended up with 16 times the effect. Essentially, this particular modifier double dipped, and this completely transformed the entirety of the Trade League economy. However, while it was noticeable that Affliction League was popular with a lot of players, this was not the case the second time one of these very similar sorts of bugs/exploits that just generated a lot more loot came about. And Freesia League ended up really falling off in popularity pretty soon after this bug/exploit was discovered and was widely communicated around the player base. So with that in mind, Grinding Gear Games have decided, no, we're not having it again in 3.26, and they've decided they're going to intervene. Some people are going to love this, some people are going to hate this, and I do think a lot of people are going to say this is terrible because it generates a legacy wealth gap. And if I wanted a legacy wealth gap, I would play in standard. those of you that aren't familiar with Standard, there's a couple of really broken items that exist there that were actually quite easy to get at various points in Path of Exile's history, like the first incarnation of the Vessel of Vinctar unique flask. This is arguably the...
Why is this strong? Shocks nearby enemies during effect, causing 10% increased damage taken. You are shocked, causing this. Adds lightning damage to attacks. 30% of lightning damage leached as life mana during effect, and they are instant? Okay, I see why it's strong. Never mind me.
Powerful item that's ever
Never mind that.
in Path of Exile 1. And that's when you consider is value over a replacement item in a build. This thing is absolutely off the charts broken. It pretty much makes it so that you can't die except to being one shot. 30% of lightning damage leached as both life and mana during the effect, and life and mana leech are instant during the effect. This applies to spells as well as applying to attacks. It is just off the charts the level of power that this item has. This is something that was relatively easy to get your hands on at one point in Path of Exile's history, but now no more of them can exist. For some people, this is the appeal of Standard. There's a section of the player base that like the fear of missing out / pride in not having missed out that this sort of concept of legacy items and legacy wealth, that this really gels for. However, there's also a lot of players that really cannot stand it, and I think...
Come get this Rate Lord. A Pathfinder buying a Rate Lord.
I think it is the case that it is the majority that prefer something that's more of a level playing field, which is why Standard exists and why it's a minor section of the player base. We're going to have a similar sort of thing existing in the middle of this trade league as a result of this change. The second major change that's happening, and this is lower in importance, but is still pretty significant. The Orb of Unraveling had been tested by players and had been discovered that it was able to upgrade crafted modifiers into higher tier versions of themselves. This is also getting patched, so this is no longer going to be the case. There's a number of things in Path of Exile.
So we can't use
there's an
the
interaction that...
So we can't use the version of Orb of Unraveling crafting we could use with... Well, who was it that made the video you sent? Dumbo, I think. Fearless Dumbo. So it means we can't do that anymore.
Fearless
Dumbo
Dumbo made the video sent.
And we just have no idea whether it's intended or not, because Groninger Games don't really provide that sort of documentation. To take one
Abuse
example
early,
here,
abuse
there is
hard.
Yeah, abuse early, abuse often.
a harvest craft that allows you to turn a fire resistance modifier into
I do actually recommend that.
lightning resistance modifier.
Heads up.
How is this
Don't
going to
abuse.
work if you use it on a set of gloves that have the incursion exclusive modifier 46 to 48% fire resistance and additional damage to burning enemies? Well, players have tested this and they've discovered that if you do use this craft on that, then it will change it into the lightning incursion modifier that's quite similar. However, I don't think that that's something that players should necessarily expect would always work that way. It's just what we've tested and what we've discovered is the way that it works. Well, we tested the Orb of Unraveling, it worked a certain way. Then Groninger Games have said, okay, that's far different to what we'd anticipated, and as a result, we're going to intervene on this one. There's a fair bit of precedent for this, and there's also precedent for things being left around until the end of the league. To take one example of a precedent where there was a change that was made that was very high impact to an existing crafting method, I want to talk about when the Awakener's Orb was introduced. When the Awakener's Orb was introduced, it respected metamods on the item that was reforged. So you would click item 1, you'd click item 2 would be reforged, it would take an item from the donor modifier from item 1, and it would also keep any modifiers that were protected by metamods that were on item 2. This
That sounds broken.
Within a week of the Awakening Orb going
Within
live.
a week.
And there were a number of items that were created during that week that could not be replicated until patch 3.18 came along and introduced recombinators. At that point, those items were able to be created, but some of the influence mods by then had gone legacy. So the number of items that realistically the only time you could ever make them was during that first week. There was also another example that I can think of where a crafting orb had its functionality changed after Grinding Gear Games thought something was a bug. This was a Tainted Divine Teardrop. When it was introduced in Scourge League, there was a narrow window, and this one was very narrow, where you could use it to elevate a modifier from Tier 1 Influence mod pool up to the Tier 0 Maven Orb exclusive. Nowadays we'd call that Orb of Dominance exclusive to that modifier tier. So that was something that could be done with a
with Divine Teardrop?
Now, even with how rare Tainted Divine Teardrops are, that was not Grinding Gear Games' intention. But players had tested the orb and found out that was the way it worked. So, essentially, there's a bit of a precedent for this happening, but it's pretty rare. And most of the time that a craft works in a counterintuitive way, it's left in place. For example, some of those incursion shenanigans that we were talking about with Harvest Resist swaps. Anyways, the Orb of Unraveling is getting a mid-league nerf. This is going to mean that all crafting done with Orbs of Unraveling for the rest of the league is going to be weaker than crafts that have been done in the last few days. Again, this is going to happen.
I mean, at least that isn't like and there aren't any exclusive modifiers that will have been crafted or Orbs of Unraveling so far that I know of, at least, that would make like legacy items, what to say.
Probably less so than the 8 modifier corruption outcome is going to have, because all of the best maps that will ever be run in 3.26, all of them have now already been.
Oh, dude. Guess what I just saw? Remember how you said you weren't leveling up in Katarina yesterday? There is a patch note in here that says fixed non-boss monsters in a mastermind fight not giving drops or XP.
Hello?
So the fight has 200%.
Yeah,
do you believe in bugs? What'd you say?
Said pay me the other half if it was a bug.
What did I pay
I
you the other
blame
half?
you for me losing 4 div to 5 Wiz.
That's not my fault. Thank you very much.
Been created. Now, all of this then flows into the video that I put out yesterday my time.
Because like I'm like,
for a lot of you.
when we're running out, like, how are you not leveling? Like when I do Katarina on a new character, I am boosting in levels. Like one Katarina would probably level me up multiple times. At least OG Katarina, so not this league, right? So that really threw me off.
On the trade league economy and how
Threw me off too,
really
buddy.
shaken up.
Threw me off too. I couldn't believe it.
Fixed a bug where the Dark Monarch unique item could prevent you from having totems, traps, and mines. Holy.
By the ship
class
from tier
mines win
17
again.
to tier 16.5.
They win again.
This is going to partially undo that. Actually, I think the market's already overcorrected a bit. There was a big panic selling of Divine Orbs in response to this news. And the last I checked, the Divine Orb to Chaos Orb ratio had actually gone back under 190. I don't think that's going to hold. I think it will still end up that it'll be more than 200 once everything settles. But the shift
How much is it
away
now?
from tier 17s and into tier 16.5s
Gets back
is
up to
going be
197.
ameliorated by this change. I do think we are still going to see a decreased demand for tier 17 re-rolling as a result of all the changes we've seen here. It's just that it's going to be a slower and more measured change than what was the case yesterday. Anyways, whole to go through there. This is definitely going to be a controversial patch. There will be people who hate it. There'll be people who love it. And it'll be very...
All right. Yeah, that's... I mean, it's a big change. In the world disparity conversation, it's a big change. How many maps do we have left? We have 5 more. How much value do we have in metal?
Who's that?
$4.8. Am I realistically going to get 2 million in the next 5 maps? Maybe. Probably not. Maybe. So that means it's considerably faster farming T16s for T16 slash T16.5s than ziggurats. I mean, but that's mostly because ziggurats you have to deal with all the phases, and there are so many phases to Katarina's fight.
Let his power be known.
This is an AoE proj map. The two modifiers that make the golems problematic are in here. I'm petrified, of course I am.
Death will never come for an immortal.
The good news is this map doesn't have crits, so it has these two, which will make the ball lightnings problematic, but that's about it. It has this, but I don't know if they have a base phase damage or base lightning damage. I actually don't know. I'd wager it's base lightning, but you never know.
We carry his sentence.
2.3D per card. Sheesh. You sent me right. Yeah, 2.4D to 2.5. GG. And you got two of them. I mean, to be fair, that's like a 1/13 of a mirror shard, not of a mirror.
Your soul burns for me. Give your soul to me. Arise, my children. Feed.
All right, I'm going to need the constant leech. I said I need leech.
Arise, my children.
These kind of look like phase breakers, but not quite. What are y'all? Undar's clasp. Devouring our realities will take it. The one really good thing about farming T17s, or one of the good things I should say, because there's multiple good things, but a big one is just the gold you get. You get considerably more gold than farming this in T16.5s. Going through this set of 20 maps, I've easily gotten, what is this, 800k gold, I want to say, because like I dropped all my gold at some point in the strats. I think it was like, actually no, it's probably around 600k gold, give or take, which is a lot of gold. I think to increase the profitability of these strats, realistically what I should be doing is I should be farming white T16 strands for essence farmers. They will go very quick and it'll be a lot of money. And it's something I can only do in T17s, so that would be the sell for T17s. So we'll probably end up doing that. selling in bulk as well means being able to sell like strands or like maybe 5C a piece across hundreds of them. Dude. Where is the retreating? Oh. Okay, we killed it. Nah, that sucks. What up, Fred?
Your reckoning is at hand.
Okay, buddy, where's the last guy? All right, we've gotten it. Meh. I'm gonna start the process of crafting the boots. I already bought an Elder's Exalted ore because I wanted a 100% base. I bought an eye level 84 and eye level 86 Wyvern boots. Which one do I use? Check Craft of Exile for T1 suppress and the eye level required for that. I suspect it's going to require eye level 86. Holy. And the mercenary died in the process because so this, and this map doesn't have crit. This is AoE. This is extra proj. He was dead smack in the middle. AoE extra proj phases extra. Is that really all? Like, that's a lot for what we just ate, right? That's a lot of damage. I died. Oh, it also had the golems, the ball lightning guys as well. That death didn't help. Okay, I'm not coming back here. I don't know who the fuck that is, but I'm not doing it. I'm rolling into an exile. Run into an exile with tornado shot who just wiped my entire team in 2 seconds. I haven't had someone wipe my entire team, but I have had an exile one-shot me since the patch, and it almost feels like I wouldn't have gotten one shot before the patch. I don't know. It's 85 for... Okay, so if it's 85, then go for the eye level 86 base. That way you reserve the option of rolling into T1 suppress. I mean, this for me is eye level 85. What were the map mods with the mercenary? Because like in my case, when it came to the kinetic blast, it was a 6-link kinetic blast in a map that had Giga Fizz as extra. So that was where that was what folded me, I think. I have a Mageblood and about 10D to start to build. Good idea, or no? Just wanted a Mageblood for speed farming. You have a Mageblood already, and you're wondering if it is if the 10 divines is enough to get started into this build. With this build, with a budget of 10 divines, I would hold off on using the Mageblood, because at that point you'd be going into the low budgets, and going into the low budgets, you want to have a darkness enthroned for the damage it can provide. You do not have all the pieces you would need to skip the darkness enthroned step, so I do not recommend using a Mageblood yet at that point. I mean, tornado shot is base phase. The question is like, because the map could, if the map had phase as extra and it's like in my case it had phase as extra, but KB is a phase skill. So when you have the base damage plus the phase as extra, you're taking a lot of damage, and then it was a 6 link on top of that. So there were more multipliers there to the point where I just get folded. And I don't know that there's many builds that can survive something like that except you just block it with Svalin or something. My minions were fine, but I was not. I most definitely was not. I fucked around and I found out. The reason Tornado Shot might wipe your entire army is because of the way Tornado Shot works, especially if he has GMP. If he had GMP and Pierce, it's a wrap. You literally just face an OG Tornado Shot character. I'm not even joking. That is insane. Now that said, he would have made an insane carry mercenary for you to have had. He had GMP, because I don't know if you know the way Tornado Shot works, but the way Tornado Shot works, especially with extra proj, and if you had extra proj in your map, you would have felt this a lot. You start off with one base projectile, and that goes on to create a tornado that then shoots multiple projectiles in different directions, right? For every extra proj you get in your Tornado Shots, you not only do you shoot one more proj that then goes into the circle of random projectiles, but that circle also gains projectiles. Each of those circles gains projectiles. So let's say in this example, you have one projectile base and each one shoots five projectiles, right? You go a circle, 5 projectiles in random directions. You get one extra proj that then creates 2 circles of 5 projectiles. But not only that, each circle now becomes, I think, 6 projectiles. So not only did you just double the damage essentially, because you have a new circle that has a lot of projectiles. The circles have their own extra projectiles as well. So just 1 or 2 shots from that is hitting everybody multiple times if he had GMP. And if you had GMP as well as map modifier with extra proj, and then on top of that, phase as extra, that actually would not surprise me if he wiped out your whole army. Like, that sounds giga stacked. Like, that sounds like something you do not want to face. That sounds insanely problematic. So what did you reroll into? I applied the orb. Now I basically just reroll until +1 Spectre. I think it took Simulator 1 in 80. Yeah, you Essence of Spite into +1 Spectre. And then you hope you have a free suffix. If you don't have a free suffix, but you have a good 3rd suffix, then you can proceed. If you have a trash 3rd suffix, then you probably want to keep rolling. Like, if you're going to spend this much on getting a +2, like +2 Spectre boots, you want it to have like good suffixes at the very least. Prefixes we can always adjust. Like, mine has endurance charge on kill. I don't kill. I might end up changing that at some point, but there's no rush. There really isn't. So are there any +2? Nope. There's nothing on trade that has post suppress. +2 with movement speed is 45 divs. If I had to price these boots, nah, they'd be fucking expensive. They'd be too expensive. All +2 are 14 plus this. So I thought it'd be cheaper to build one myself. Or it will be cheaper for you to make yours yourself, especially since we're going for int on an invasion base.
Let its power be known!
Why do you say that? The int on evasion base? Because int doesn't naturally roll on this base. So the only way to get intelligence on it is literally by essencing it. Or bench crafting it or something. It doesn't naturally roll. The base naturally rolls dexterity and strength, but not int. To roll int, it will need to have ES. It needs to be an int base. ES, you know.
Death will never come for an immortal. Mortal.
Repent!
Do you have insane damage? You have frenzy, you have increased damage. Do you have Giga Fizz as extra? You don't have Fizz as extra, so this is fine, I think. 41% more damage and 60% more damage. I mean, it beats the 400% Fizz as extras I've been running lately.
Your soul burns for me. Kulamak. Arise, my children. Feed.
I don't know, I'm undecided. All I know is he must be able to do all mods. I mean, that is fair. Are you going for a minion build or a non-minion as well? I think for me, I kind of know what I want to reroll into by having POB'd it, so that will probably end up being something I do. I'm thinking I POB tomorrow, or I might start POBing off stream, but it'll probably be tomorrow that I POB. But I want to make a change of command elemental version.
Arise, my children.
Can this build do risk scarab? No, it cannot. There are modifiers that this build does not want to have. Same with like other minions, other builds that use like permanent minions. If you use risk scarabs, there are certain modifiers that can fuck you up. For example, if you give your enemies too much damage, your minions might just, you know, sweat a bit hard in the face of. As an example.
The judgment is yours to make.
My dude, why do you suck so much? Okay.
Your valor is his to measure.
But that is the least of our worries when it comes to risk scarabs. The actual the actual things we don't want to see on our maps include things like reflect. This build uses spells, and because they are spells, we can't use awakened elemental damage with attacks, which would make minions essentially reflect immune. Brother, what is that DD? Do we have more monster life here? Is that it? Frenzy charge, and it's just, I mean, there is no more monster life here. There is a lot of like multiplicative damage, but that's it. Surprised that killed me as quick as it did, or one-shot me. War pumping currency into this, just gonna go hard on one build. The main thing you don't want to run on this build, like you cannot run, is reflect. Like reflect is terrible with any minion build that uses spells, simply because you can't become truly reflect immune. Whereas with attack based minion builds, you actually can with elemental damage attacks if you're elemental attack. But that said, even attack based builds do not like certain modifiers. Like an attack based build with this mod here will hate it. Regular attack builds have a mastery that allows them to run it. Minions have no such thing. So to run that, you would have to like do some gem swaps and whatnot to make it so you can actually go through their block, or you would reduce their block and stuff like that. And you know. And as for if this is worth pumping currency into, I think before I end stream today, I'm going to do Uber Maven, because I like Uber Maven fights. It can do, this build can do all content, and I am not done spending as much currency as I can. I got my Mageblood last stream. I have this ring I need to replace, which is not great. I have this ring whose suffixes I need to work on, also not great. The boots are pretty nice though. The boots are pretty nice, and I think my passive tree could also use some work. I have a Watcher's Eye that is unideal in the grand scheme of things. My chest piece needs to be, I need to craft an entirely new chest piece, which will make me tankier by a considerable margin. And those are just some of the things that I have to, they're just some of the things that I have to work on from where I am in terms of investment. So, and you can see how the build is performing at this stage. And keep in mind, this is a full, this tree takes every single effect node on here. So this is like a properly juiced map. I sent you an image on Discord about a recomp idea I had. All right, let's see. On Discord. I do not see it. Fire Res and Raise Spectre. Why do you want to do this recomp? Why do you want to do this? I think we're done with this map for the most part. Oh, never mind. We had one more of this to click. Idea is to move the +1 Spectre attribute from Boots to Wyvern without using the essences. Why do you not want to use the essences? The reason we use the essences is because we are very intelligence starved. If you're missing out on 58 intelligence, you are not going to be close enough in int to use your Dark Monarch. Of course it bricked. All right, let's do the Uber Maven I've been talking about, because I think I have enough fragments. Or should I do? Now, no promises I come out of this passing every memory game. As we know, I have been known to skill issue once or twice. It is what it is.
The prize piece comes to join
My collection.
Innocence be broken.
I feel like I need to take out Desecrate just so I can see here.
a cascade of pain.
All right, come here.
Stand still. Take this. Do what I say. A cascade of pain. Stand still.
Oh shit! I just realized there was a dot right under me. She turned off my regen and I was sitting in a dot.
Pain will be returned tenfold.
All right, let me out. These things, these guys right here, they turn off regen.
Behold my collection.
And then I was standing on that dot right there, which is, of course, unideal. Oh yeah, remember? Oh yeah, I almost forgot I have chain support as well, so that's not helping my damage situation in the slightest. Left, right, up.
Scurry, scurry. A cascade of pain. Stand still.
Death made real.
A cascade of pain. Take this. Stand still. A cascade of pain. Why?
Resistance will be punished. Time contorts. Scary, scary.
Scary, scary.
My irritation is growing.
And again, this is with chain support, so I have a less damage multiplier that I probably shouldn't have in a single target fight. Right, up, right, up, right, up.
Scurry, scurry.
Oh, that's easy. Oh god.
Real.
Stand still.
DJ!
A cascade of pain.
Where is it? Where are the DJs coming from? I don't know where the DJs are coming from. Like, I can't see the ground. I think I see DJs. Brother in Christ. That was a checkmate. I tried to place the DJen. You kill me. Alright, let's... Alright. I think that cleans... Nope, that does not clean the arena. Oh god, I turned off my own regen.
A cascade of pain. This will not be an escape.
Right, up, right, up, right, up.
Scurry, scurry.
We keep our distance because we can't actually recover right now.
Stand still.
Okay, we're chilling. We're fine.
Take this. Do what I say. A cascade of pain.
We can't regen.
Stand still.
Caretaker, to me.
Caretaker? Alright. So that is what Uber Maven looks like. Just remove all the skill issue and you're chilling.
You and I should do this again soon.
Oh, and by the way, this thick layer of corpses, yeah, that doesn't go anywhere. Like, this is just a part of Rectifiers. The more you die, the more corpses there are, because these guys always respawn them after when they first get into the zone. And I think they will respawn them even without you dying, because this is a cooldown ability which they only use when they die. So that's why I took off my Desecrate, because I figured I'd have more than enough corpses here, and I was kind of hoping I would eat enough of the corpses to where I could still see the ground. As you may notice, that was not the case. I cannot see the ground. Like, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Jeez. Can you briefly show your Merc to see what skills he has besides Wrath and Zealotry? Wrath and Zealotry is all you really care about. Nothing else matters. These guys are all going to always spawn in the same Merc. The only difference is this guy can swap to like Fallen Bishop, Fallen Emperor, but like he's going to have Desecrate, he's going to have Absolution, he's going to have Respect or Transient. These two are the variable ones that you want to look out for. Only other thing I can think of to maybe look out for is Absolution being maybe 6 linked, or having like Shock Chance and AoE and faster casting or something like that. But that's all. Like that's all. All right, we got this guy. Why are you? I think it's Viridi's Veil. Caretaker. So we did nothing but lose currency in that fight. In any case, we're going to disenchant it. And that's... Is it... This is Cyrus. We already did Uber Cyrus today. Uber Shaper. Have we done Uber Shaper? I feel like we did. Yeah, we did. We've done Uber Shaper, we've done Uber Cyrus, we've done Uber Maven, we've done Uber Eater, and we've done Uber Cortex. And I will not touch Seren Exarch, I can tell you that much. Unless I want to die during every single ball phase then. Y'all will see the real skill issue then. Been grinding currency with slams, but I just want to walk and have minions kill stuff for me. I mean, that is the minion dream, right? To just say, okay, all right, minions, you do your things, and you end up leveling up to level 99 in the meantime. The reason why I was asking is because of Doriani's and the ranged aspect for the Merc. The Oriani and the ranged aspects. Range, what do you mean ranged aspects? The one thing to keep in mind for this build is because we're using a Doriani Merc, if you're doing just content like this, like now that I have seen those lightning guys, whenever I see a big chain of like lightning balls, I'm going to use this to convocate him like past the lightning balls, if that makes sense. Let's open these guys. Y'all are that trash, huh? Okay. Okay. I have the same Merc and often see him in the backline casting Absolution. I mean, he has a very long range Absolution. You just have to reposition him with the skill. That is correct. Most of the times he doesn't move when he's casting Absolution, so all you want to do is just trigger this, like you press it, he's going to be exactly where you want, and that's it. Now he's in range for Doriani. Doriani's range realistically is like, I want to say if he's right where I am, Doriani goes as far as like maybe here on the screen. Like it's not quite screen wide, but it's decently far. And while you're clearing, he does a decent job at keeping everybody in range because you pull him a lot just by moving around. But single target is where he might try to use Absolution from outside his range, and in which case you just press this once and you're chilling. Like here, he is somewhere here, so he's still in range. But if I thought he wasn't, I just go stand where I want him to do, and I press the button. But like he's fine.
Arise, my children. Feed.
Honestly, I think I should use CB immunity on my life flask, and until I get like a progenesis or something, I should not be using CB immunity there. And what I should be doing instead is I should be doing regen, because regen will feel more comfy. So I need to roll a regen Quicksilver after this map. But on the... Oh, he almost died there. If I wasn't paying attention, he might have died.
Choose your next move.
Hmm.
Very carefully.
You know what we're going to do? Infamous Sangre Manta. I think I'm going to craft life regen, a pair of life regen helmets for him. I think that's what we're going to do. Because I think if he had a bit more life, actually no, what he really needs against those lightning golems, the problem with those lightning golems is just they are very rippy. And the moment you give them damage modifiers, he's gonna eat a lot of damage. And the way I can see it being feasible for him to eat the damage is he has so much recovery that it doesn't matter, which is it's gonna be very hard to do. Or B, he has spell block. If I can give him spell block, we're chilling. But there aren't too many good sources of spell block I can give him. That would be meaningful at least. Is there a unique shield that gives a shit ton of spell block? Let's see. PoE Wiki. I mean, you're not wrong. Give him Sparling, give him Giga spell block anoints. Call it a day. Lol. Spell. Oh, great old ones ward. Nah, none of these are giving spell block. This was a shield I had the thought of using early on as a defensive option. The reason I don't want to use this is in most of the situations where I'm facing those lightning golems, nobody's there to shoot an attack that he's going to block. Now he's going to have a baseline of 30 block once he gets to low, which I guess is better than nothing. But if I'm going to give up if I am giving up on the aura effect, I need to know for a fact that what I'm replacing it with is worth it. And 30% while on low life is not great. That's 30% damage reduction when you finally fall low. And if he blocks AD, then he's going to be in a very good position to block it, but realistically he just might not block AD. And there's nothing I can do about that. The only other thing that comes to mind is using something like an anvil with it, which was the original plan for a low budget merc. But anvil makes him a lot squishier to it because he loses the eternal damnation reduced elemental damage taken. Spell suppress could honestly not be a bad one as well. I mean, we're not doing this one, I can tell you that much, but spell suppress, I could try to give him some spell suppress, but he realistically isn't going to cap his spell suppress without his chest. How do you summon 10 specters? The spider specters on this build. You need to scale maximum number of specters and have that be multiplied by your helmet's modifier, because this helmet,
Know your place. Yes, yes.
the helmet makes it so for the raised specter variant, it doubles your max number of raised specters, but you can't use other raised specters. You can use other minions rather. So the question is, so then to get to 10, you just need to have 5 different sources of specters. And how you can get 5, you get a specter from gem level 1, you get a specter from gem level 13, you get a specter from gem level 25, you get a specter from the tree, that is 4 so far, you get a specter from this shield, that is 5. If you can you find the one that has the +1 to max number of specters. Not all of them have that, by the way. Then last but not the least, you can get a +1 to max number of raised specter chest piece. It's a modifier, the top one there. Max number of specters, and that gives you number 6. And then you multiply that by 2 and you have the 12 specters. So 9 and 3. I think I need to try going for, if I can get spell block. I just don't see regen being a thing. Plus all early res, so it's a pretty decent early res roll. Pretty good dexterity as well. No life, but I mean, this could work. I could see someone using that. If I can give him spell block, then typically recovery would be the next best thing. So how much spell block can I give him on a rare shield paired with Shaper's recover life on block? That would be the question. What would the block chance be? I don't think we can get insane amounts of like spell block chance. But let's just make something and see. High budget defilers, craft, item, shield, armor. We'll probably go for something with Giga Max Life rolls. We go Shaper Influence. Shaper. We go Recover Life on block. Try to max roll it. So natural block spell is 15%. Only 15%. There is no node on the tree that is going to Giga save him, but there is safeguard, which is 10%, which could be decent. So with those two, he would have 25% chance to block spell. The question is 25% chance to block spell worth getting rid of? I mean, if you pair this with like the essence modifier for block, there's a delirium modifier that's chance to block spell while on low life. There's that. So we can, in theory, get like this fractured, spam delirium until this, maybe because then that would take us from 15% at all times to actually no, it's a shaper shield, so it can't be fractured. That complicates this a lot. That complicates this a lot. And this has no tag I can mess around with. So even if I wanted to reforge, like literally reroll these prefixes once I craft the suffixes, there's just no way I can deterministically get this. It's just not possible. So if I went prefixes first into suffixes, I would have to reforge life until I got recover life on block, but that's when I have full prefixes. So I'd have to like spam loading essences until big chance to block spell. Then I block prefixes, reforge life. If I get max life, cool. Then do the same thing until I get this guy. That sounds painful. That sounds painful. All that to just have 15 to 25% chance to block spell. If he had this guy, I was about to say why is that the anoint or that the mastery? This is the wrong build. 3.26. There we go. If he had the mastery that says 1% chance to block spell per 5% chance to block attack damage, that would have been really good, but he doesn't have that. He doesn't have that. So then the question is, do I replace the shield or do I replace the helm? The shield is 20% aura effect. 20% aura effect it's a decent amount of damage. It's a very decent amount of damage. And if I take it away, like I can honestly keep taking away damage to make the build feel comfy or comfier. And I think that is ultimately what we have to do. How much DPS are we losing by losing 20%? It's a lot, I'll be honest. It's a lot. Because 20% is affecting Wrath, is affecting Zealotry. 10% of Zealotry is like 1.7, so 20% is like 3% more damage. Wrath is, I forget what Wrath's number is, but it's like 20 something. It's in the 20s. I don't remember. We have to check here. Wrath. Now, if I remember correctly, the Wrath gem, Shinmon said they were like on average level 26 or something. Give or take for a level 83 mercenary. So that's 23, which means that's also 4% more damage. I think it might be worth trying. Like, it's an amount of more damage at this point, at this stage of investment, I can live without. But earlier on, I don't think I would want to live without it. But it also depends on the content, because the moment I go into more chill content, I don't care anymore. And it's also because I'm currently using a corrupted shield, a corrupted unique, he would be more prone to crits. Like he can eat crits now, which is not ideal at all. All right, so what I had in mind was loathings until chance to block spell T1. So you just spam this until T1 of this. So let's remove this. Let's put T1. I'll have to check how often this would occur. But the prefix. What am I doing? All right. Then prefixes can't be changed. Reforge life. Pray we don't feel suffixes. We got armor, which is despair, but like it is what it is. Then my prefixes can't be changed again. Reforge life. There are prefixes again. Reforge life. Prefixes reforge life. I feel like we'd end up filling suffixes much before we get the Shaper life mod. Wait a second. This isn't the Shaper shield yet. So I'm trolling actually. So let's take off all these reforges. Even before here. We Shaper Exalted Orb. Now we prefixes can't be changed. Oh wait, I trolled. It's this Scour, Shaper Exalted, and I got the mana. We got the mana. Why not the life? Okay. Prefixes cannot be changed. Now we can do the reforges. Cannot be changed. Oh, we got life this time. Cool. Keep in mind, all this is like 2 divines a try. I don't think this is a feasible way to do it. I think we have to craft suffixes first. But the moment we craft suffixes first, I have no idea how we're going to craft block spell. All right, so I think this settles it on what we're gonna do or what I'm not gonna do, right? We are not going to try to get this via Reforge Live because this modifier just has insane weighting in comparison. So we're going to go into calculator, offhand, shield, Shaper Exalts. And we're going to try to select the most important modifier, which is 1. Chance to block spell. What do you think it can be crafted? It's drop. This is a drop only affix? Huh? There's no fucking way. All right, what are we saying? This site has been buggy lately. I don't get it. Yeah. Fossils. What do you mean grouping? Dump the necrotic armor 6 link is already selling. Whoever you are that exploded into 6 links, I thank you. Are we going to actually complete this trade today? How much is 0.5 of a div? 103. Thank you. All right. I'm confused as to what they mean the requirements. Either way, compute best selection. I suspect the fossil crafting is the best way to get this. Because it has no mods or no tags that we can target. It doesn't have defense, nothing. So we can't hit it with the reforge. Unless we go like reforge less likely. Corroded pristine. Corroded is blocks all elemental. Pristine isn't pristine like higher or more life. So you two fossil craft this with corroded and pristine until you get high. Let's do this until you get a high roll chance to block spell. It's relatively cheap to just hit the modifiers, but you want to have a decent roll as well. Realistically, you want a T1, but beggars can't be choosers at that point. It says spamming pristine is better than corroded pristine. Pristine is just more life, so just life until chance to block spell. It's more tries than corroded pristine though. It's more tries. Okay. At 62 a try, I think it's worth corroded pristine in as well. What does metallic do? More lightning, but it blocks fizz. But we block lightning as well, so it blocks light fizz and lightning. But then we'd have to go for a 3-socket resonator, which is probably on the more expensive side. All right. This might be doable. But this might be doable. Get a decent chance to block spell and recover life when you block. But then the problem is you're then incentivized to get block chance we just don't have. And we're losing more than 20% effect because we're losing 14% on the amulet as well. So that's 34% aura effect just gone. We're going to try something else. And that is we'll try using a crafted rare helmet that has chaos res and regen. And double regen. And we'll also try to we'll get fizz damage taken as elemental, which should help against fizz. Oh no, we're going to give him lightning damage recoup as life. That is what we're gonna give him on the helmets, and I think that should be decent. So what I'm thinking is craft helmet, strength base, pure strength. We get fractured, like whichever one has lower weighting, so like fractured 21% increased life regen. We spam chaos essence until this regen, and then in place of our implicits we go lightning damage taken recouped as life. This gets up to like 18%, and it should just help a bit against those lightning golems. I think ultimately that would be the ideal universe, and then here we can go face damage taken as elemental. I guess we could also take reduced life regen for enemies. That should also be decent, but I don't think at this point I don't think I need it, and I'd rather he just had some extra defense from fizz. Unless there's something else that he can have that would be really good to have, which I don't see. Yeah, I think it would have to be reduced life regen for as an offensive modifier, or face taking as, I don't know, cold or chaos or something. Probably cold, since his cold rate should be the highest thanks to my purity of ice. The only problem I'm having is we lose the nearby enemies take 9% increase early damage modifier. And that modifier is a lot of damage. That modifier is a lot of damage. I don't want to lose it. But yeah, what is going to happen is I'm going to play around with it off stream, and I will let you guys know what my decision. Well, you guys will see my decision tomorrow. I'll have to craft the helmet. So actually, before we end stream, we could actually just craft the helmet because it's very straightforward. We have the currency to do it. We just need to buy the base. So PoE dots. Let me just make sure we have eye level 85. I will just get eye level 85 minimum. Giant Slayer helm. Life regen fractured 21. This would give me base 86s, and they are 10 divines. Holy shit, never mind, I can't afford this. Holy shit. And this is arguably the more expensive, or this modifier is what you really want to be T1. I guess let's do regen. We'll go flat regen. Then we're going to duplicate this tab, and we're going to go all the way back to Craft of Exile. You're going to look at flat life regen and look in the 120 ranges. $20 fucking divines. 100. All right, I see what's happening. You know what? Keep your Giant Slayer helm. We're going to go for the next best thing. Helmet, strength, conquerors, helmets, three divines for this base. Good enough for me. His armor helps against lightning damage, but not to a degree I think it's worth going for a Giant Slayer. I just went for Giant Slayer because it's the best base, but realistically we're fine with like any of these three. Any of them are fine. Do I really want to spend 3 divines even? Because if I spend 3 divines there, the essences will cost me a few divines as well. General's helmets. Let's see how much that is. If it's 2 divines, I might as well get the next best for 3. Might as well. Thank you. Then we spend a divine, or we spend a bunch of chaoses going for envies. Shriekings are fine. Someone has bought out all the shriekings on the planets. Deafenings it is. We'll buy 100 starting. Lol. We're looking for like 100 plus, ideally. Why does he have? Why does Per show this? What am I missing? Stun and block recovery. Max life, armor. Why is this false positive happening? We go 1.9 life per second. If we can get like 90 as well, that could be something we could settle on. .1 is criminal. Dude, can I get one that is... There we have it. There we go. That is beautiful. If we really wanted to, we could always divine it to be higher, but that is fine. It also came with armor. T1 armor is not bad on this helmet. How much of a life roll can we expect from a naturally crafted life roll? $144. This has a max roll of 70. So literally T5 and above is just straight up better. What about veiled life? What does unveiled life look like? $60 life, so it's worse than crafted life. That is something. So realistically, what we do here, if we want good life, is we have to wild bristle matron until we can get good life. But I don't know that I'm going to do all of that. For now, I will give crafted life. Eventually, I might change my mind, but for now, crafted life is going to be what we use. Then we're going to do this. We're going to go into our map. We're going to check what his regen is while he is in combat. We're going to check what it is after we switch the helmet to see just how much of a... I forgot to Eldritch implicit it, but it's fine. He needs to take damage for it to change. Like now, he's not taking damage. Maybe if we find burning ground or something. We might have to find burning ground. I took a bunch of damage. He took a bunch of damage. So his regen is 602. Now when I swap this in,
We live in his light.
850. Is it worth it? Hey, I'll take it.
Repent.
Is it worth losing single target DPS for what is effectively
By his grace, it is done.
250 life per second?
Death will never come for an immortal.
This is what my DPS looks like without the helmets. Oh, with the...
You fall short of his mercy.
Okay, I don't know how I died there. I don't know what the map has. I should probably look at what the map has. It has Giga crits. Of course it does. All right.
We live in his light.
Now let's see what my damage looks like without the modifier in question. Why would you switch places, my dude? Oh, he didn't finish drawing his little circle.
Give your soul to me.
Predictable heretic.
Okay, so it's a crit map. They're guaranteed to crit. I'm going to die to the crit is what I'm hearing. Oh, it's crits and Giga this and possessed. Okay, okay. So don't eat the shits. All right. Duly noted.
Arise, my children. Feed.
Does this beam have like phase base? Because like
Your soul burns for me. Give your soul to me. Kolamak. Arise, my children.
50k dust, not bad. All right. can't complain too much. DPS wise, we're still doing fine. I didn't expect it to be a, oh, take that. Didn't expect it to be like an insane, like an insane difference, but I feel like where I would actually notice it is in the tanky maps where I need it the most. Now the question is, how is this going to feel against those golems in question? I do need to still craft the recoup lightning, which should of course be even more survivability against them. But yeah, for now I think this is fine. I'm going to create 2 different mercenary sections for POB. One is going to have a setup for juice content, and one is going to have not juice content. The juice content is going to have my current setup, including the helmets with life regen. The non-juiced one is going to have the strangle gasp variant. At 850 life a second though, his regen is quite strong, especially considering the fact that he just has baseline DR. So for every point of life he regens, it's going to go a slightly longer way than it would if it were you, as an example. So like I'm going to have to watch his life bar to see how that looks like, but lots of T16.5s here. All right. This for now is what we're going to use until I can figure out, until I've played around a bit more in T17s or T17s and seeing if this is like worth the. I was about to say, where did you lose cold rest from, bro? Let's craft the recoup before I forget. I feel like the recoup is Exile rather. Yeah, it is. We're looking for lightning damage recoup. Until I'm done crafting the prefixes, I'm not going to overly invest into Max Chaos Rest could also be an option with Eternal Damnation, but I don't think it's worth passing on the recoup. Thank you. Effect of non-damaging ailments is not a bad idea. That is not a bad idea. Makes his shocks slightly stronger.
Blessed are we.
I'll keep this for now though. I'll keep it for now. How am I doing the same thing? All right. And with that, we can end stream. I will be back tomorrow. I think there are a few things we might end up doing tomorrow, but one of the things that I am highly considering is POBing my next build idea in the elemental chains of command as a build that can run risk scarabs. I'll try to make it might not be the highest DPS or something, but it should be. My goal is to make something that has very good DPS but can run all mods, or not all mods because it can't run all mods, but a decent chunk of them. Or yeah, like because I can think of a few mods where chains of command just baseline probably doesn't have fun with. If I go elemental crits, then reduced crits is probably not ideal. Block AD is very rough. Block AD I think is the worst because I think it can roll up to 94%. And even with block reduction supports, you know, it is. I mean, how good is block reduction support? It's not that great. I'll just check real quick. Block chance reduction support gives you a max of 20% reduced block chance. But if you quality it up, you're going to get that up to what, 25? Yeah, minus 25% chance to block. So you go from 94% chance to block to... Now, that shouldn't be insane for Claire, to be honest, because once you kill one, I want to have Giga explode on the AG, so he explodes everybody. You're fine, but... Yeah, just having 60% of your hits blocked is insane. No, this is minus 30%, so it's 64% chance to block after the fact, which is still insane, by the way. That's still insane. But yeah, I'm digressing. I'll be back tomorrow. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you guys. Till then, have a good night.